Yes. Liberado já?
Sorry. Is anyone speaking? I can't hear anything, or were we all quiet? Sorry.
Pode começar, né? Falou, obrigado. So, let's start. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to people who are here with us in many places of the world. It's my pleasure to welcome to this our seminar, Educating for a Healthy Planet and People, Strengthening Partnerships on the Road to COP30. This event is held in partnership between the Planetary Health Alliance, the University of São Paulo, the Planetary Health Brazil Network, Scotland's United Nations University Regional Centre of Expertise, Learning for Sustainability Scotland, University of Edinburgh, and Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul. It's also part of a broader scope. This week we had other events here in São Paulo, in the city of São Paulo in Brazil. We have called it São Paulo Pre-COP30 Week on Planetary Health. And we are very excited to have you here. We have a very interesting program, many panels. Basically, you will have, after this opening ceremony, we'll have a keynote address by Elena Malogaski from the Planetary Health Alliance. Then we'll have a first panel named Embedding Planetary Health in Education Across Disciplines, moderated again by Elena with many participants. We have a short break. We only have short breaks because of the time span that we're trying to cover around the globe. The second panel will be Educating Children and Teens, moderated by Tatiana Camargo from Brazil, Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul. Another short break, 30 minutes break, and then last panel, Youth Leadership on Education for a Healthy Planet and People, moderated by Luis Espanhol from the University of São Paulo. And then an interactive closing session in which we'll use Padlet to collect some impressions from you, some comments. but my colleague Cecilia Manoso will say more about that. So just for you to know, please add your comments, questions on YouTube's chat, because we will be collecting those to present them to the panelists and moderators. And that's it. So welcome, and Cecilia, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Antonio, and welcome everyone, and lovely to be connecting with all of you around the world. So a couple of things from my end. My name is Cecilia Manoso. I'm the development manager for Learning for Sustainability Scotland, based in the UK. And today we want to gather the thoughts and reflections of all participants, and we have set up a digital platform called Padlet, and we have a couple of 4 questions, and we will invite you all to contribute your thoughts and reflections throughout the event. Thank you.
Over to Jessica.
Hello, thank you so much for joining us today. I'm Jess Kronstadt. I am the program director at the Planetary Health Alliance, which is a coalition of organizations and individuals throughout the globe that are working to advance solutions to address the Earth crisis and how it affects human health and well-being. And we're just so happy to be here today. I do have at the moment on the screen, you can see the link to that Padlet platform. We also do want to engage you in various other ways as well. So I wanted to share with you this particular cartoon, and you'll be seeing cartoons throughout. And I apologize, there's a little bit of a lag between the slides, what I'm seeing and what you're seeing. So please bear with us with that small delay. But throughout the session, we will be putting up some cartoons that have been created by some of our dear friends and colleagues, Hamid Khan and Eugenia Roja. And so when you see these different cartoons showing up, we invite you to speak about them and to share your reflections in the comment field as part of the comment field in YouTube, so that you can engage with us. So we find these images to be really inspirational, and we hope that they will also inspire you to have your thoughts and your feelings as we go through today's session. So with that, I did just want to say a couple more words about why we're here and why we're here today. So as many of you may know, this is the 10th anniversary of the sort of field and movement of planetary health. It was formed based on a Rockefeller Lancet Commission report that was released in 2015. And so it's been really amazing for us to see the momentum that has happened in the field of planetary health. And so we're happy to celebrate that with you today. And of course, this is, as Antonio mentioned, also part of the programming in advance of COP30. But we really think that today's topic, I'm really focusing on the ways that we can educate for a healthy planet, is so critical. Embedding these concepts of sustainability, of planetary health, of One Health into education is going to be so key to developing the leaders and the practitioners in the future who will be driving the change that we all know we need. And so we really are looking forward to today's session to really highlight the different ways that these concepts have been infused into education at all ages and across all different disciplines. And so we hope that you will also be as eager as we are to hear from the panelists about how we can ensure education about planetary health, sustainability, and related concepts. So with that, I'd love to turn it over to my colleague, Jelena Malagajski, who's going to start us off with a keynote address.
Hi, everyone. Okay, I will start with sharing my screen. Hopefully that's going to work, and it's working. Hi, everyone. My name is Jelena Malagajski. I'm the Education Director with the Planetary Health Alliance, and it's a great pleasure to be here with you today and to be a part of this conversation about planetary health education. its foundational documents, where we are at the moment, and the path forward. So I would like to start this conversation today with a few important things to note. I am one of those people who like to open my presentations with take-home messages rather than offering them at the end of the presentation. So to frame this conversation about the importance of planetary health education, I would just like to remind us all that the scale of environmental degradation that we are experiencing in our daily life through droughts and floods and the rise of the sea levels and the pollution has really moved from being just an environmental issue to being a real global health emergency and a humanitarian crisis. So this is something that is foundation for the understanding of the importance of planetary health education. The second thing I would like to say at the beginning is it's climate change and it's everything change. And I will go more into this. I will elaborate what do I and other members of the Planetary Health Alliance think and mean when we say this. And finally, important thing the final kind of important point that I would like to share at the beginning is that the only correct treatment for the planetary health emergency in which we found ourselves, and it's everything changed. And I think it's so important today, especially to make this point as we are part of this event, pre-COP event at the University of Sao Paulo. And when we say that, what we are really trying to do is to expand the scope of the conversation beyond climate change. Climate change is such an important part and such an important element of the global environmental crisis that obviously is part of many conversations, and we are happy to be in these conversations as well. But we also like to also remind us that there are other elements of the global environmental crisis that also demand our attention. And to do that, we at the Planetary Health Alliance have put together a group of topics, a list of topics that we consider relevant planetary health topics. Now, the list is not strict or exhaustive. It's here to also frame the conversation about what, in terms of planetary health education, which often comes, what content-wise should be covered, is one of the reasons we put together the list of the topics. So we divided the topics into two categories. The first category is a category of environmental changes, where we have added air pollution, chemical pollution, climate change, biodiversity loss, ocean, marine degradation, land use change, resource scarcity, and nutrient overloading and cycling. And then the other category are health impacts of these environmental changes, where you will find direct injuries, displacement and conflicts, infectious diseases, non-communicable diseases, nutritional diseases, mental health impacts, and life stage and reproductive health. So I will not today go into details. The point of really these slides is just to kind of, when you think about planetary health education in terms of content, is to have the overview of these topics. I would just like to point out that each of these topics can be found on our website, accompanied by a summary text linking you to the most relevant research on each of these topics. So I think it's very helpful also as a teaching tool. But I would like today to point out to two of these elements, to two of the planetary health topics that are kind of a very good example of why it's important to expand the scope of the conversation beyond just climate change. So the first one is air pollution. As you probably know, air pollution is a major global driver of morbidity and mortality. The latest global burden of disease reports actually estimates that 1 in 6 deaths globally cannot be attributed to air pollution. If you look at this slide, and this is taken from a 2015 Lancet study looking at comparing pollution with other causes of global deaths, you will find that in 2015, pollution accounted for an estimated 9 million deaths, which at the time was 3 times more the deaths attributed to malaria, HIV, AIDS, and tuberculosis. Now, fast forward to 2021, which are the latest data I could find on pollution and mortality, and you will find that now air pollution alone, I would like to point out that we are talking about in 2015, the numbers are about total pollution, so air, water, and soil together. But fast forward to 2021, now air pollution is alone responsible for 8.1 million deaths worldwide, making the second leading risk factor for mortality, including mortality of children under 5. So this is very important, because often when we talk and we kind of interchangeably use the terms climate and health and planetary health, or just assume they just cover the same scope, I like to remind us that these two crises, the air pollution crisis and the climate change crisis, have overlapping causes, and they have overlapping solutions, in fact, but they are two distinct crises that are also influencing human health in different ways. And then the other planetary health topic that I would like to highlight is the topic of displacement and conflict. And the reason why I'm highlighting this particular topic is because it's a really good example of circulus viciosus, of this vicious circle of how environmental degradation is really destabilizing human societies. So it's not just when we go beyond just talking about the global health emergency, then we come to the realm of the humanitarian crisis. So degradation drives displacement, as you know, in different environmental stressors such as floods and droughts and the rise of the sea levels are causing mass displacement of communities who are now moving to the host regions. In the host regions, of course, that displacement fuels conflict because introduces a competition for various resources such as land and water. And as a result of that, this conflict that starts in the host regions as a result of the competition now worsens the vulnerability of the population that was displaced in the first place. In terms of health indicators and health incomes and health indicators, of course, the situation is dire because you now have worsened health outcomes and health indicators that are examples of that would be increased transmission of and incidence of infectious diseases, mental trauma, direct injury, and so on. So just kind of moving from that overview of the topics and examples why it's so important to widen the scope of the conversation, we come to the third point I made at the beginning, and that is the point of the great transition and educating for the great transition. So when we talk about our ability to really survive on this planet and the ability of the future generations to get the opportunity to live on this planet, for this to happen, we really have to make this deep fundamental change in the way we live. And that is the great transition. So you might ask, okay, there is obviously a change is needed, but what exactly needs to change? And my answer would be almost everything. We really need to change the way we produce and consume food and manufacture products. And by 2050, assessing that 70% of the global population will live in the cities, we really need to rethink the way we construct and live in our cities. That still today, we measure in GDP as this chasing this constant economic growth as it comes at no cost to us, to our health and survival and those of the future generation. And finally, maybe most importantly, to start all this, we have to change the way we view ourselves in relation with nature. And this is something that I will revisit when we talk about the Planetary Health Education Framework and one of its domains. So how can planetary health education support the great transition? And that is the very important question. I would say that planetary health education is intrinsically linked to the concept of the great transition because we need this education to provide us with knowledge, with skills, but also to inspire us to make this change that is needed. And with that in mind, if you feel okay, I agree with you, I see your point, where do I start? I would like to point to the foundational documents of the planetary health education as a very good starting point. So there are 3 documents that are considered to be foundational documents of the planetary health education by the international planetary health education community. And those are Sao Paulo Declaration on Planetary Health, Planetary Health Education Framework, and Planetary Health Roadmap and Action Plan. And I would like to just give you a short, brief intro to all 3 of these documents. So the Sao Paulo Declaration, and I'm sure this is one document that you, at least the people who are joining us directly from the room at the University of Sao Paulo, are very familiar with, was produced by the International Planetary Health Community at the 2021 Sao Paulo Planetary Health Annual Meeting. And it is really the first document calling for the great transition I just briefly described. For the planetary health education community, this document represents our shared destination, a place where we hope to arrive. And although I'm not usually reading slides, and when I was teaching at, I was a lecturer at different universities, I really didn't like students reading slides. I will read this one paragraph that was taken from the declaration, because it really speaks to the importance of planetary health education for universities and higher education, and kind of gives some really, really good pointers in where to start. So it says, advocate for and prioritize the allocation of resources to enable and encourage transdisciplinary planetary health scholarship and education within and between institutions. Align faculty, promotion and research incentives courageously to better ensure eco-creation and translation of evidence into applicable policy and practice. Ensure that planetary health curricula are embedded in all programs and faculties in order to foster planetary health citizens, regardless of discipline. Promote access and equity across institutions so that all people can participate in research and education. And moving to the next foundational documents of the planetary health education, and that is the Planetary Health Education Framework. As I mentioned, that the Sao Paulo Declaration offers this shared destination, the Planetary Health Education Framework actually offers a shared language for planetary health education community. So as I mentioned, transdisciplinarity, the notion of transdisciplinarity and interdisciplinarity is a very important for planetary health education. And that means that people come from very different disciplines, and they need this shared language in order to communicate effectively. So as a foundation for these diverse educational strategies and to offer this shared language, there is this interdisciplinary created planetary health education framework, which was published in 2021. And it really offers the overview, or you can see here on the slide, the overview of the 5 foundational domains of planetary health education. So at the center, and they are organized really as threads of a rope. So at the center of this rope, you will see interconnection within nature. And this is something that I mentioned before when I talked about the great transition and the need to rethink the role we have within nature. So interconnection within nature is a very important foundation of the planetary health education that is really pointing out to this dichotomy that we have in the Western philosophical thought that we are something separate from the nature. And this domain really highlights the need to introduce diverse voices into teaching about planetary health, especially to highlight and bridge the knowledge and science with indigenous voices and with indigenous ways of knowing, to kind of understand that that we are just part of the nature and that we cannot thrive while our support system, our planet, which is our support system, is not thriving as well. And then the other foundational domain is the Anthropocene and health. And I would say, for me, having a medical background and then public health background, this is the domain that I'm most comfortable with. I understand what it means. It's really looking into the how the anthropogenic changes to the Earth's support system is influencing our health. So through many examples, the change in biodiversity and the increasing the likelihood of zoonosis, or let's say the overuse of pesticides, is in addition to climate change exacerbating the food system vulnerabilities and so on. And then the third one I would like to mention today is the foundational domain of equity and social justice. This is the foundational domain that is really an ethical imperative for the planetary health field and movement, because it really points out to the fact that those who are suffering the most the effects of the global environmental crisis are people who contributed to that crisis the least. And also it highlights the concept of intergenerational justice as well. And the fourth domain is system thinking and complexity, which really points out to the fact that this crisis, multifaceted and complex as it is, has to be solved. And this is going back to what Jess said about the field of planetary health and the importance of systems thinking in addressing. So it's not only analyzing the effects of the anthropogenic changes, but also addressing them. And this is where not only a scientific field, but also a social movement. And it is so relevant to address this element of it in planetary health education. And with that, I move to the third foundational documents, and that is the Planetary Health Roadmap and Action Plan that was unveiled in 2024 at the Planetary Health Annual Meeting in Kuala Lumpur. And I have to say, I'm really proud to mention that I was actually had the great honor of co-leading this working group looking at creating the education section of the Planetary Health Roadmap and Action Plan. This document really, I would say the major goal here was for us to offer guidance on a roadmap on how to achieve what the Sao Paulo Declaration calls for. And as a part of the education working group that was very diverse geographically, but also in terms of expertise, we have created 4 ambitious and actionable key steps to affect change in planetary health education. And that is universal, inclusive, and value-centered planetary health curriculum, community empowerment, educator, accreditor, decision-maker engagement, and global transformation through education. And then following that here, really, of creating, working on the roadmap and coming up with these 4 steps, it was followed by the next year, which I like to call a year of action, where 30 plus volunteers, planetary health educators from across the globe, try to really take these steps. And the roadmap, I would just like to mention, was really meant to be very inclusive. So not only to focus on higher education, it was written in a way that anyone, anywhere can just kind of read these steps and find something little that they can do from their role, their context, their institution, and their region. So as the education action group who kind of took over the roadmap and took these steps, really focused on the 4 key deliverables, and those are planetary health curriculum guidelines. So rather than really focusing on creating one, we kind of realized it is very difficult to create a planetary health curriculum that can be applicable to different contexts and different disciplines. And so instead of offering a lesson plan of this is what you should teach when you teach planetary health, we focused on creating on the pedagogy of teaching planetary health and kind of offering some guidelines. And then one of the steps was really to highlight the global nature of the planetary health movement. So as a result, we really focused on creating these video stories. It's a video storytelling project when we ask people around the world to tell us about their personal experiences with planetary health challenges. The idea was to really kind of emphasize the interconnectedness of these experiences. And also the second story was focusing on awakenings, where we asked the participants to tell us about the moment they kind of had this awakening to the elements of the global environmental crisis. And be an amazing fundraising event that fundraised millions of dollars, but also can be a small local project in a Kenyan village looking at the recycling. And we also set up webinars to really engage educators globally and kind of offer them innovative and nature-based educational strategy, as well to a policy toolkit that is needed really for educators when engaging policymakers and decision makers, because a very important part of the roadmap is focusing on partnering, so educating decision makers about planetary health values, but as well partnering with them in advancing planetary health education. So these resources that are just listed as deliverables of the Education Action Group following the footsteps of the roadmap are added to the other resources, to the collection of planetary health education resources that you can find on the Planetary Health Alliance's website. So you will find those Planetary Health Education foundational documents I just introduced, a syllabi directory where we reach out to educators teaching planetary health globally and ask them to contribute their syllabi as a way to really connect with other educators thinking about teaching it and inspire them. Case studies, those produced by the Planetary Health Alliance and those produced by our partners and collaborators. Guides and frameworks, which is kind of an overview of the ways people incorporate and embed planetary health education into their curricula. So kind of just to offer different examples of that. A searchable collection of all research and resources, health courses, because this the global inventory offers a foundation for our landscape analysis. When we look at the planetary health education globally, that is where we start. So this is a list of all the courses and programs that we can find that are being active worldwide. And I will tell you the numbers that you are looking at are the numbers from August this year. So August 2025, we have registered 184 courses in the global inventory across, being taught across 31 countries. 70 plus of those are enrolled courses, which means they're part of the other existing programs, such as undergraduate medical programs or global and public health graduate programs. 34 are independent planetary health graduate programs, 4 undergraduate programs, 5 doctorate degrees in planetary health, 45 certificate courses, and 18 open courses. And if you look here at the small graph here, I hope you can see that if we compare this landscape analysis as of August 2025 with the one done in April, the previous one, and this was done in April 2024, we actually see increase across almost all of these categories. So there is 26% increase in graduate programs, 25% increase in doctoral programs, 45% in certificate courses, 100% is really doubling in open access courses, which I think it's very exciting because open access courses are usually the first step someone takes when they're trying to kind of learn about new things. And in terms of geographic coverage, there is a 29% increase. So you will see here, in terms of geographical distribution here on the map, the countries with the highest numbers of courses, and also the full list of countries teaching planetary health. That was in August 2025. This list may be a bit different, slightly different today. So the countries, the top 5 countries with the highest numbers of programs and courses are the United States, Canada, the UK, Netherlands, and Australia. And that is where we are at the moment. But I would like to just, at the end of the presentation, spend a few minutes talking about the path forward and what we think as the education team at the Planetary Health Alliance that are important next steps. So what we think is important really is to expand the scope of planetary health across disciplines. Initially, we've been focusing for the last 2 years mostly on health professions, so on medical schools, nursing schools, and public health. schools and programs. And while that continues to be very important part of our engagement with educators, we also realize that it is not enough. So even if we would convince all of the health professions, then still would make planetary health education a niche topic rather than foundational knowledge across disciplines. And we really think it is so important that it becomes a foundational knowledge across disciplines. And the second second step going forward, or the focus of our work, is going to be to develop and expand primary and secondary education resources, because we do have some of the resources for teaching planetary health at the primary and secondary education level on the Planetary Health Alliance's website, but it's just not enough. And more questions we get in different spaces where we have these conversations about planetary health education, more we hear that people are asking for that. And I agree, it is so important and relevant to engage children very early on and to kind of leverage their innate curiosity and the connection we all have as children to nature. So this is something that we will focus on going forward. And of course, we will continue to mainstream planetary health education across all the spaces and the platforms and through our networks. So thank you for, again, for inviting me. I will stop sharing my screen today now. And I would like to, I think, just want to check if we are going to move on immediately with the panel and continue this conversation about planetary health education, or there are some questions first, or we will have questions at the end of the panel.
Ellen, I think we'll have questions at the end of the panel, so I think you can move forward. Thank you.
Wonderful. So then with that, I would just like to say good morning to everyone who has joined us in the meantime after the welcome word and my presentation on planetary health education. We are continuing now in the next panel. We are continuing this important conversation with a panel titled Embedding Planetary Health in Education Across Disciplines, which invites us to think about the role of education in shaping a livable and just future. Education is, as I already said, one of the most powerful tools we have to respond to the Earth crisis. It builds knowledge, it builds skills, but just as importantly, it also shapes our values, it fosters empathy, and it inspires action. For the deep and transformative shift in how we live on this planet to happen, planetary health must become foundational knowledge, not only for future doctors and nurses and public health professionals, but also for students in law, economics, engineering, business, arts, and policy. This is an all of society challenge, and schools and universities everywhere have a critical role to play. We have invited today's panelists to share bold and successful approaches to integrating planetary health into higher education across disciplines and across geographies. Together, we hope to draw insights from real-world experiences of teaching planetary health across diverse academic settings to understand how educators are reimagining teaching and learning through a planetary health lens. And finally, and most importantly, inspire educators to take action in their own contexts with tools and ideas that they can use and adapt and apply. With that, I'm delighted to introduce our panelists today. Today with us, we have Winfred Espejo from the University of Concepción in Chile, Cristina O'Callaghan Gordo, Universitat Oberta de Catalunya, Keiko Nakamura from the Institute of Science in Tokyo, and Given Munga from the SOFIA project. Each panelist has prepared a 10-minute presentation reflecting on their work and experiences related to teaching planetary health. And after the presentations, we'll open the floor for questions and discussions. I would just like to invite you again, while you're listening to the panel, if you have any comments or you would like something to add and open another conversation, please join the digital platform, Padlet. If someone could just now add again this link to the chat and share your thoughts with us. So with that, I would like to invite first considering the time difference, it is very, very late at night in Tokyo. I would like to invite Keiko to go first and present first. And if later she can stay with us, that would be wonderful to the rest, to the end of the panel. But if she cannot, because it's going to be after midnight, definitely, then we will absolutely understand if she leaves us. So I would just like to introduce our first panelist first. Keiko Nakamura is an emeritus professor of the Institute of Science, Tokyo, and has worked for the Department of Global Health Entrepreneurship at the Division of Public Health. She is a trained physician and has contributed to urban health environmental studies. She has led a graduate school program with international students on the topic of planetary health for 8 years. She has been the director of WHO Collaborating Center for Healthy Cities and Urban Policy Research, and is the head of the Secretariat of the Alliance for Healthy Cities, a network of healthy cities in the Western Pacific region. She is a member of the steering committee of Planetary Health Alliance Japan Hub. Thank you, Keiko, and feel free to share your screen.
Yes. So, hello, everyone. So most of you in the morning, and then at my time and in the evening. So, and I'm very pleased to be with you on a very special session on the education. Thank you very much, Elena, for introducing me. Then, yes, I am the emeritus professor, but I have worked on the environment and health for a long time. And today I will share with you our experience of planetary health education at the master level education. I also would like to share our experience with Planetary Health Alliance Japan Hub. So therefore, today's presentation, this is a co-work with my colleagues at the Institute of Science Tokyo, as well as PHA Japan Hub. Mainly two things. And first, I will talk about a project at the Institute of Science Tokyo under the Planetary Health Education Framework that Jelena already mentioned about the very important core framework. And so I will introduce what our program was and project was, and then we try to assess how have been working with planetary health education work in our context, and then the future message. For the Japan Hub activity, we have various actions, and then particularly I would like to share with you how we are working with young people to share this interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary topic, and how we are trying to share experience and information, and then motivate among us on the planetary health movement. So, so we everyone has already informed about the planetary health education framework, and then so with this framework in mind, then I'd like to introduce our planetary health program, which we employed since 2018. So every year I had this program as one of the class at MPH course. And then every year, so your 2018, you know, it's a relatively early stage of planetary health movement. And then I have learned a lot of things from a PHA website and other information, and then I have tried to include those developments in the education program. Well, although we say education, this is a planetary health learning. Then when I have heard about the planetary health, well, it's very broad, and then also it's very fascinating area. And as an educator, so I have taught and have taught and public health and global health for a long time. How it works? How this interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary field can be taught, or in other way, how students can learn. Then I have worked and my colleagues as well as students. So we had a lot of concepts and areas, and then so there's 5 domains, as Elena mentioned, and then we had an analysis how our project program covered those domains. So the class is a very short one, 4 days, intensive program. Then 15 units. So this is a mixture for the lectures and 79 units and with different topic in environmental science, urban planning, global health, social science, governance. But important section is group discussion and group presentations. So this is very short time, but students and participants try to develop their own projects. This is also a part of MPH master program. So then also, this is planetary health interdisciplinary practice. And then how to read the literature in different fields. I think this is the first step for the students. So therefore, literature review are included. And then also students are asked to think about various stakeholders. Yes. Students, and we have students from different countries. So not only Japan, but also from other Asian countries, Africa, and then Americas and Europe. So a total of 16 students are from 16 countries and then 6 WHO regions. The background, some of them are public health background, medicine, nursing, but also some biological science background, administration or business sector. What I thought to include is action-oriented transdisciplinary learning. And then, so one thing is to read literature and then synthesize textbooks-based knowledge to real-world measures. So for this practice, it's very useful. Students discuss with colleagues from different background. So the discussion with this different background facilitate them how to understand planetary health from different angles, different lens. We had a very unique component in a group work that was emphasize students to think about solutions rather than to analyze it. How it works, and we have so students are asked to do group project, and then they were asked to present their recommendation solutions. And then also at that presentation, not just a project presentation, but it's like something like a role play, and they are asked to present at some particular session. And then Q&A is the interaction with multiple stakeholders. So it's like a role play, and I think the real setting. So this is an example of project titled The Students and I Worked. For example, the green and healthy projects, and then so they proposed a 5-year intervention program, community tree planting. So another project for air quality, so they've identified a specific air pollution issue in New Delhi. And then so their proposal is from transport, tax, and community activities. Like that, it's very diverse one. This is a result of analysis based on education framework. This is very useful practice for the teachers and faculties. So in the limited time, how we can cover 5 domains. We tried our best, and then lecture part, group work, and presentation, role-based type presentation. So students can learn, gain a lot of knowledge and skills. But still some of the sections we are missing, so therefore we can improve the class in the next year. So, and then this is one example how we can utilize framework and then improve the education contents. next, Japan have activities, and we started just 2 years ago. We started 5 university get together, and then so collaboration with the universities is very important. First, this event was in Hiroshima, Japan, and then we had the declaration. Translation, Planetary Health, definitely Sao Paulo Declaration. We translated and shared with our colleagues. We have very interesting activity, cafe and online cafe and bar. This is online. People get together, bring their coffee and the drink, the beer or anyway. And then it's like, so people from different places get together, and it's just 90 minutes. And then 3 presenters, so they present 10 minutes project. It's very friendly one, and a very friendly chat. So people understand that so anyone can start planetary health work from different the community. Once everyone, so every month we have some gathering. And then this helped interdisciplinary thinking to share, and then also our network grows. So this is how Japan have worked, and I am very pleased to share this experience and also learn from others and education experience on the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Keiko, very much for your presentation. And now I would like to invite Dr. Cristina O'Callaghan-Gordo to present next. Dr. Cristina O'Callaghan-Gordo is an associate professor at the Open University of Catalonia, where she has been part of the Faculty of Health Sciences since February 2020. She co-directs the Inter-University Master's Program in Planetary Health and leads the Barcelona Interdisciplinary Research Group on Planetary Health. She is also an associated researcher at the Barcelona Institute for Global Health, IS Global, and she holds a bachelor degree in biology, a master's degree in epidemiology from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, and PhD in medicine from the University of Barcelona. Her research focuses on the health impacts of anthropogenic changes to Earth's natural systems, aiming to identify solutions that promote global health within the planet's ecological boundaries. Welcome, Cristina, and please feel free to share your screen.
Thank you, Jelena. Well, thanks for the presentation and for the invitation to be part of this panel. Okay, let's see. Just a second. Can you confirm that you see my slides?
Yes, we can see them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't see you at the moment, so if you need to stop me at some point, just shout. I'll put the timer, so I stick to the 10 minutes allowed.
No. Feel free to overstep by a few minutes. It's fine.
Okay.
No worries.
Always dangerous to say that. Well, as I said, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a real pleasure to be part of this panel. During the next minutes, I'll try to comment on 2 projects in which I'm involved. The first one I want to comment is on the Masters on Planetary Health from the Open University of Catalonia, and I will spend most of the time talking about this project. But also I want to briefly comment on a new project that we are working at the moment to try to incorporate planetary health as a transversal axis on public health masters. Okay, so I start with the first one. So yeah, the Masters on Planetary Health from WOC. It's a master that we launched in October 2021. So it's the 6th cohort that we started last October. The main objectives of this masters is analyze the main challenges on the Anthropocene, evaluate its possible impacts on human health, and importantly, to design and implement solutions. As I said, this master is led by WOC, but the Open University of Catalunya, but has the collaboration of two other institutions from Barcelona. One is the Universitat Pompeu Fabra and a research center called IS Global, the Barcelona Center Institute for Global Health. This master is an official master, meaning that it has gone through an accreditation process by the higher education quality agencies here in Spain and give access to PhD programs. It's a 1 year and 60 ECTS master. For those of you who are not in Europe and you are not familiarized with this, with the meaning of this, it's basically a master's that can be taken during an academic year. Although in our university, most of the students work part-time, so they take 2 years to complete the master's. At the moment, the program is offered in Catalan and Spanish, but we hope to open it in English soon. An important characteristic of the master, and now I start talking about the important things, it is an online and asynchronous program that uses the WOC teaching methodology that it's based on autonomous learning and learning by doing. So basically, students get the materials, we propose some challenges that they have to solve, they get the materials, and they learn by solving those real-life based challenges. The entry criteria of the master is very broad, and the reason for that, and I will comment on that a bit more in depth, is because we were committed to offering a master's that was truly interdisciplinary, as is required in in the field of planetary health. Well, just a brief introduction on how the Masters is organized. We organize the Masters around 3 thematic blocks. So first, we have a block that we call Concepts and Methods, then a second block that refers to challenges in planetary health, in which basically we have 6 subjects that each of them is focused to a specific challenge. And for each of those subjects, we start by defining the problem, talking about potential solutions, and discussing the challenges of implementing those suggested solutions. So clearly a solution-oriented program. And to finish the last block of the program, it's what we call application of knowledge, which has a subject that we call integrative solutions for transformative changes, in which basically we want students to incorporate or to apply all the knowledge and skills that they have acquired in the previous modules to act as a change makers. For instance, they learn how to propose and implement advocacy actions. And finally, we have 2 subjects dedicated to the master project thesis, which is basically conducting a research project. The challenges that we have faced so far and the way we have addressed them, I think it's the most important or the best I can contribute to today's discussion, based on our experience to share the challenges that we face and the solutions that have been proved to be valid to overcome those challenges. So first, the first challenge that we faced when planning the program was to ensure that we truly follow a multidisciplinary approach. Now, we know that it's easy to say that, but it's not that easy to be truly multidisciplinary. So to say that, the first the first action that we took was create a multidisciplinary academic committee, which was involved in the planning of the program, and it's actively involved in the revision of each module and all the contents of the masters. So at the beginning of each term, we gather all the faculty of the masters and this academic committee, and they revise all the materials and modules to make sure that it's not only that the content of that subject does not only incorporate the area of expertise of the faculty in charge of this module, but that many other disciplines are present. The second action that we took was to ensure wide diversity of backgrounds in the team of lecturers. So each module of the course is led by a faculty member, but there are different lecturers who collaborate in that subject. So ensuring that we have a diverse team of people, of professionals, like really involved in the teaching or of that module. And the last criteria was ensure that we were able to access a wide, a variety type of students. No, we wanted the students that came from a broad range of disciplines, including health sciences, natural sciences, political sciences, economical sciences, sociology, law, engineering, and so on. Actually, I don't expect you to go in detail on that, but just to show that the way we managed to do that, because like the quality agencies that were evaluating the program were quite critic about that. At the beginning, they wanted the program just to be focused to people coming from medical sciences, which obviously we thought this had no sense. We wanted a planetary health master's opened to different disciplines. So this is the way to manage to do that. First, giving direct access from students who came from this let's say, health-related disciplines, then giving access to other disciplines with the condition that those students had to take a leveling up course on public health. And then a third way of accessing the master is for those students that do not fulfill any of those criteria, but that they can prove that they have complementary postgraduate education or working experience in any field related to planetary health, global health, sustainability, or public health. So at the end of the day, we can access like a really broad range of students. This is the studies of origin of our students at the moment. So we still have a high proportion of students that come from medicine or nursing, which is, well, it was kind of expected. So around 30% of them come from those disciplines. But then, as you can see, we have many disciplines that in a much smaller percentage, but they are also present, such as people coming from economy, policies, biomedical engineering, industrial engineering, architecture, tourism, and so on. So I think we managed quite well to ensure that. The second challenge that we face was to ensure that we were able to provide a multidisciplinary training without compromising the advanced level of education that is expected in an official master's. So to do that, the actions that we took were first, as I already mentioned, the compulsory course on public health for students that were not coming, that were coming from disciplines other than medical sciences. And also, the second action that we took was to provide students with additional contents to be able to follow those topics that are far from their own academic background. For instance, in the subject on biodiversity, loss, and human health, people coming from biology might follow the course very easily. But people coming from economics might have or may need to go through these additional contents that we provide to be able to follow the course. We think we've managed quite well to ensure this advanced academic level. So we are happy on how these actions are working, but this has led to a new challenge or a new problem. That we are seeing some dropouts in the masters. Some students that say that the level that is expected is a lot higher than what they had that they expected, and they are not able to follow the course. Also, we have identified that many students enroll in the masters looking for other type of training, so more like expecting like a short course or professional course rather than a whole official master level. So the way we want to move forward now to address these current limitations or problems that we are seeing is to offer postgraduate courses for students who do not meet the entry criteria or do not look for an official Master in Sciences. So maybe primary school teachers, mass media professionals, so professions that maybe they want to incorporate the concept of planetary health in their works, but they are not looking for an academic path on planetary health. Also, we are thinking about implementing short courses for students that we are looking for planetary health education, but as I said, not necessarily pursuing an academic career in this field. I leave you here some references about the Masters. It's a paper that we published shortly after the launch of the program that at that time was one of the first ones to be launched, and also the website of the program when you can access more information. And I already passed 10 minutes, but as Yelena already said, I can talk a bit more.
Please, yes, please go ahead.
I very briefly introduced that second project in which we are currently working, which is targeting masters on public health. So the masters in planetary health that I just presented, our aim was to reach students from a very broad backgrounds. In that second project, we are specifically targeting people who are being trained as public health professionals. The justification for that is that, at least in Spain, we have realized that most postgraduate programs do not incorporate the climate and environmental crisis as a comprehensive cross-cutting manner in the programs, and we think this is of utmost importance in the current scenario. We need that public health professionals have the tools, the skills, and the knowledge to face the environmental and climate crisis we are facing. So basically what we want to do, so our objective is to design a methodology and tools to incorporate planetary health as a transversal axis to programs in public health in Spain and internationally. And the reason for that is that we already faced the problem that I'm sure that many of you are facing in your universities and in your educational programs, that curricula is already so packed that it's very difficult to incorporate another subject. So incorporating a new subject in planetary health would mean take out another subject, and this is something it's normally quite difficult and requires a lot of time. So we decided to change the solution and try to incorporate planetary health in every single subject of those programs. So at the moment, we did an intervention with the Masters in Public Health from UPF and Universitat Autònoma de Barcelona. We offer training to faculty in this master's through these 3 seminars, one interactive workshop in which we revise with them their subject, and we propose ways in which they could easily incorporate the concept of planetary health without changing much the objectives or the content, which is already part of that model. And we also, together with them, we work on the creation of a guide with resources to easily incorporate those lectures or those exercises that incorporate planetary health in existing models, as I said. This has worked very well in our university, and now what we are trying is to replicate that same intervention in other universities. And once this is finished, we want to create a tool so everybody can access this methodology and replicate this approach in their own university. I know this has been very brief. I'm happy to provide more details later on or by email if you're interested. And I leave you here my email and some websites where you can find more information. So, okay.
Thank you,
Now
Christina.
I see you again. Thank you very much, Yelena.
And I think I would be happy to introduce once when you're ready to share that methodology and the guides
Definitely.
and frameworks, because it really fits well with this kind of section we have on our education platform, where we are saying, well, this is what people are doing, and maybe you can, do something similar or just be inspired. Thank you again. And I would like to now welcome our third panelist for today, Dr. Winfred Espejo. Dr. Espejo is an assistant professor in the Department of Soils and Natural Resources at Faculty of Agronomy at the Universidad de Concepción in Chile, where he also leads the Planetary Health Group and coordinates the Planetary Health course. He represents his institution within the Planetary Health Alliance and has actively contributed to the establishment of the Chilean Planetary Health Network. He holds several postgraduate degrees in higher education, teaching, and learning. His interdisciplinary research focuses on soil, environment, health interactions, with a particular emphasis on emerging contaminants, environmental toxicology, and their implications for ecosystems and human well-being. He has served as principal investigator and co-investigator on numerous nationally and internationally competitive research projects. Welcome, Dr. Espejo, and please feel free to share your screen. We are still seeing, I believe this is Christina's screen.
You still see my screen?
I think, yes, we do.
Yeah. I think I've stopped sharing.
Dr. Espejo, are you able to share, or it says you can't share because
I can't share.
Mm-hmm.
So, hello everyone. Thank you, Jelena, for the introduction. In a few minutes,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but let's solve this problem so you can share your slides. Okay, we are. Would it be possible, Christina, for you to leave the room and then come back?
Sorry, because yeah.
Let's see if that works. Something will work. Yes. Oh, no, you're not sharing. You're good.
Okay,
right.
thank you.
Dr. Espejo, please go ahead.
Thank you. You see the presentation?
Yes, we do.
Thanks. Thank you, Jelena, for the introduction, and thank you for the opportunity to talk about our experience in Planetary Health course here in Concepción University, about the design of this course, implementation of course, and the experience about the course. So in general, I don't spend more time in this, but the focus in this panel is education in planetary health. The focus of this is a transdisciplinary area across different area, different student angle. Really, I will talk about our experience in Concepción University about the creation of planetary health. So our university was formed for Ministry of Education for a big project for interdisciplinary activity in the university. One of these was create our course in interdisciplinary course. So the focus in this project was interdisciplinary regulation in the university, culture of interdisciplinary training, and promote of a stronger area about the interdisciplinary. So the focus for this presentation is about the interdisciplinary training. In this area, we present a internal project for create the planetary health course in Concepción University. It's important to say this is the first course for a university studying in Chile for in part regularly in a university. So we apply for this form for the expecting and learning about this course. Again, the recognize of relationship between environmental, socioeconomic, and the environmental studying, understand the critical analyze problem and opportunity in context of the global change, and the elaborate the project transdisciplinary project about planetary health. So in this course participate many faculties for different area, soil science, biogeochemistry, water resource for food safe, toxicology, environmental science, disease ecology, and other. The contents for this course was big view of planetary health. So the first topic, fundamentals of planetary health, the link between the soil, plant, animal, and human health, the ecology and disease on the changing planet, the planetary health approach to the toxic substance, food and nutrition on the rapidly changing planet, an integrate approach of climate change in the global impact, water and energy resource, and their relationship to planetary health, urban space and planetary health, socio-environmental perspective on planetary health, Arctic expression as a mean of socializing planetary health, happiness on the planetary health, benefits and opportunity of planetary health, new economy and business with the focus on planetary health, and finally about the legislation and government of planetary health. So the methodology of this course focus in the student, focus in active learning for the student with many activity in the course, break, active break during the class, and finally the student need present interdisciplinary project and was evaluated for the project and the self-evaluation and peer feedback. So the evaluation is for a theoretical framework of the project. The project need to be transdisciplinary with focus in planetary health, and the final project and the presentation of the project. So this a couple of examples of a project for the student. For example, hospital waste management as an impact on environmental and human health. It's important to say this course is open for all students in our universities. So here participate students of agronomy, medicinal course, and engineer. And the other example, natural hydrogel in support of sustainable agriculture. In this participate agronomy students and engineer students too. So finally, in our version of course, the students answer the survey for satisfaction for the course. This principal focus is in the process education. Actually, we started in 2022. Actually, have 8 versions of the course in different campus of Concepcion University. Actually, participate in 9 lecture from different faculty, and we have alumni for 67 students was course the Planetary Health course in Concepcion University. In 2023. We host the first Latin American Congress in Planetary Health. In this Congress, the students have the opportunity to explain and change her experience in this Planetary Health course. And this panel dissection presented to Dr. Tatiana Camaro. We created the postgraduate course for summer school 2024, promoting sustainability, the contribution of agronomy to planetary health. And finally, and I'm happy to share this. We create a diploma in planetary health. This diploma offers comprehensive training the address current health change from the ecological and global perspective. In this diploma will be online. All part will be online. So thank you, Jelena, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Winfred, for this presentation and for really inspiring us to look beyond health professions when we take this next step and in the following years really look into widening the scope across disciplines. Your experience and advice will be very valuable. And I am sorry to inform you that our final panelist for today was unable to join. I think there are some, he was supposed to call in from Tanzania, and he did mention a possibility of issues with the internet. So instead of hearing the fourth presentation for today, we're going to just move on with questions, Q&A portion of this panel. So with that, I would just like to ask our facilitator if we have any questions in the chat. If we do, I would really appreciate if you could also add them to the Zoom chat. So our first question just came in and it says, what do you think are the main challenges to spread planetary health education at the higher educational level? And this is really a question I think that all of our panelists can answer to. So maybe Keiko, do you mind going first? What do you see as the main challenges in your work?
Well, I think a mindset from the faculty members. And yes, as two other panelists mentioned, interdisciplinary teaching faculty members, and then have different participation. Yes, I think some mindset of faculties.
Thank you. Christina? If you would pick one main challenge, although you don't have to pick one, but
I think in my experience, if we want that planetary health education is truly interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary, and I think this is a must, especially at postgraduate level. The most important challenge that we have faced, at least in our experience, was to convincing first university departments of the importance of that, but also all the quality agencies that validate educational programs, that we need to open our minds. So we cannot, as I briefly mentioned, when we were first proposed the Masters on Planetary Health, they wanted that we only accepted students coming from medical field, medical sciences. And to me, that was completely losing the point of a Master's in Planetary Health, in which we want people from different disciplines coming together and learning how to speak the same language to be able to solve the challenges of the Anthropocene with the expertise that they get from their backgrounds. So to me, the most important challenge is that making this change in our universities, but also in the evaluation agencies.
Thank you. Winfred, would you like to add something? What do you see as the main challenge in your work?
So I think the main challenge was create the course for the management thing, because unfortunately in my university start more for interdisciplinary course, but many academic or administrative management person don't understand the transdisciplinary area. So this I think the principal challenge for implement the planetary health in different area in general. But I need to say the students have a good background for a start. Is more open mind for understand the interdisciplinary. I saw this a good point for the course.
Thank you. Our next question is very interesting. So let me just see. I have this one. Do you think education has received adequate attention and support as a driver of change? Another question for all three of you, and you can pick who goes first. But how do you feel about the attention that education has received so far in the context of the global environmental crisis as a driver of change?
I can go first. Maybe I'm biased because I work in this area, but I think that there is increasing interest in making that change from the education sector. I've seen that change in the last 5 years, with the expand of number of courses on planetary health and more resources to do that. So I think, education is being increasingly recognized as a lever of change, I would say. But maybe I'm biased because I'm working on that field. But that's my positive perception of the situation.
It's wonderful to open with a positive perception. Keiko, you wanted to say something as well?
Yes. Because I am in the education sector, so I believe education is most important. And then also the PHA, so education, so there's a framework and then a roadmap. And then it is very helpful when people start thinking about the planetary health. Education is a section, and then development so far. And then, but I think it's very important. We continue to stress education is important. In one way, planetary health, the term planetary health become popular. Many people start to talk about that. It's very good sign. But still, they are their view from their own discipline, and then how to merge with the different disciplines, and then we need more input. How we can do that? So our international exercise can show with various way, and then can show the model of doing that. Yes.
And that is just mentioned that the term has become quite popular is also that takes me to the next question, which is challenges in terms of understanding what planetary health is. So I guess that is less of a challenge now for you in Japan. As you say, it's become more popular. But talking to the other panelists, do you feel that sometimes in some spaces, depending on the space where you are, you can be talking to people who completely understand and you kind of have a bit of a preaching to the choir moment, and then sometimes you're in spaces that you still have to mainstream and explain really the concept?
Yes. So so we need different types of education material. And then so we can use those to select most appropriate material or guidance to different audience.
Thank you. Winfried, would you like to maybe address the question of how difficult it is for you to explain the concept and the framework of planetary health to students, to colleagues, to the university administrators?
I saw the more difficult thing is the studying in the understand the transdisciplinary area, because have multidisciplinary many areas apart with together in one project. Interdisciplinary have interaction, but transdisciplinary is across all disciplinary. So when the student need present the project, it's important to present transdisciplinary projects. So I saw this is more difficult to the student to understand the transdisciplinary area.
Thank you. Christina?
I'd like to add to this point that maybe we should be doing better in the sense of explaining what planetary health is to lay people and how this relates to other similar disciplines such as One Health, Eco Health, Environmental Health. No, I personally don't think that we have to invest much time on that from an academic point of view, because I think the important or main important task is to keep things moving and solve these problems from whichever discipline. But it's true that from the general public, sometimes there is like, yeah, but is it really the same? Why do you change the name? So maybe we should, all these communities, we should work together to try to present ourselves in a more unified way, like acknowledging our differences and the different strengths that each of us can provide, but do not confusing the general public or lay people.
Thank you. We have another question, actually 2 questions from YouTube. The first one says, are there notable differences in how students from diverse academic disciplines, humanities, engineering, and medicine perceive public health innovations? And I think that's a good question for you, Christina, to start, because you have actually accepted to the program people coming from different fields.
Honestly, I don't know. I don't think I'm entitled to say if they perceive public health interventions differently. What I can certainly say is that when we pose them different scenarios that suppose a risk for public health, the solutions they come with differ from the background they come from. And it's very nice to see in our program when we have like this group works in which we always try to put together people from different disciplines in the same group. So we try to separate like nurses from nurses and make like very diverse working groups. The ideas that we get are much more richer than if we only had people from the same discipline, as we've seen in other, in other programs.
Winfred, have you noticed the differences across academic disciplines in how students perceive the course of planetary health or the way they interact with the content?
The background for the student is important, and I see when I prepared the project, the principal focus was the principal area for background, and for this point, I started to the student connect with the other one. So it's important the background for the student, for a change for the other student, have other background. And in this point, create this project with a transdisciplinary focus.
Thank you. And we have a final question from asked from one of the participants on YouTube before I also prepared some of my questions. So the final we have from the YouTube is saying that, how are you planning on evaluating the way in which your courses have led to transforming health professionals into change agents in planetary health? It's a tough one, evaluation, right? So how do you plan to evaluate the way that your students become these agents of change in planetary health?
I can take that because it's something we have already been thinking at the program at work. Well, in our case, we started 5 years ago, but our students can take longer to make the course for the way in which it's structured at the university. So we only have about 50 graduates so far. But we think that now it's for the first time we have a good crowd of students, and this is something that we want to start doing, like contacting them and seeing like 5 years after finalizing the program, how they have changed their careers, which is their actual work, or how are they doing after this time. We have not been able to do that so far, because the number of students was quite small, but we are very much interested in getting this information, and get for sure that if we have it, we will share it with you, Yelena.
Thank you. Keiko, how do you see this? How do you measure evaluate the success of your educational program?
Yes. First, and we so we have an evaluation by students and every class, and the class, and then so compared to other class, and we had a very good score, good score, and also so the students said that so it was very new learning, and then also they enjoyed interdisciplinary work. I think it's a nice success, and then also. Yes, and some of the students and have chosen continuing in a further PhD study and projects. So far evaluation is based on that, and yes, and so then, but also it's very important to have our evaluation framework, and not only follow up the career, the graduate's career, but also so they also have the power to spin off their activities, and so some of them involve other students or they involve in communities. So maybe if we have the good evaluation framework, so that shows the very diverse and expansion of this education, with the power of this education. Thank you.
Thank you, Keiko. Winfried, would you like to add something?
Yeah, we a small student, a number of student course the Planetary Health in University of Concepcion yet, but we planning in the future with colleagues with education faculty to make some evaluate for the contribution of this course for continuing studying a postgraduate or a professional area. So I think when we have 100 or 10 version to plan to evaluate the way this course contributes for the professional career, you know.
Thank you. And we have more questions coming from YouTube. So the next question is, do you see a relation between the challenge of integrating planetary health into higher education and the limited recognition of the importance of climate change and other environmental issues? I think there is a bit of an answer in that question as well. But would someone try to respond to this, or offer their thoughts of this relation between the challenge of integrating when at the same time there is a feeling that the importance of different aspects of the environmental crisis are not recognized as they should be?
Yes.
Please, Keiko.
Yes, recognition in the education. So yeah, so entire education sector. Yeah, I think it's not, so we didn't get such recognition yet. Yeah, students learn, but I think it will take time. So 5 years, 10 years. Yeah. Yes, but the important thing is, for example, in Japan, that for medical, so there's a core curriculum for medical students and the nursing students, and then the nursing core curriculum already include planetary health is a must a component. Medical curriculum is climate change health, not planetary health, but it is a first step, and then all students anyway to be exposed to those information, and then when those students grew up, and then the young faculty, so it will everything will change.
Thank you, Keiko. Christina, you also wanted to say something.
Yeah, I think in my view, the lack of no, the lack of perception of the crisis is not the main barrier to incorporate this in education, but rather the bureaucracy in universities, the fact that curriculums are already full and it takes some time to change it. And maybe I'm over positive today, but I tend to think that rather the fact that the climate crisis is quite well accepted by the broad majority of people. It's in fact being labor of incorporating this in the education system. For instance, in the program in the Masters in Public Health, in the second project I presented, actually it was like a demand from students asking the faculty to incorporate those topics in the curricula. So actually the awareness of this crisis is making the change. So rather than the lack of awareness being a barrier for this incorporation.
Thank you. And this is something that we also, while doing the landscape analysis, and we reach out to some of the successful educators to really interview them and learn more about their successful planetary health education efforts. What we learned, and compiling those answers and analyzing those interviews, what we learn is the main barrier being the overcrowded curriculum, and the main facilitating factors across regions is student demand. So that is really in line with what you said. Yeah. Our next question is about micro-credentials. The question is, would micro-credentials of planetary health be possible? Christina, you are nodding.
Yeah, actually that's where I commented on my presentation, that we have realized that not everyone looking for postgraduate education on planetary health aims for a full master on planetary health. Like there are many professionals that they just want to have like shorter courses on planetary health to be able to incorporate that in their current positions, but not necessarily because they are looking at change in their career or looking for specifically an academic career. So actually this is something that we plan on doing at the Open University of Catalonia soon to solve the problem that we are seeing, that many people just drop the masters because it's too much, it's not what they were looking for, and a shorter course would fit better their needs.
Thank you. There's an interesting question we just received. It says, regarding the multidisciplinary committee, how did the professors react to the invitation to collaborate on developing a transdisciplinary approach? So maybe that's more about the reaction that you get from your colleagues when you invited them to join these efforts that are really interdisciplinary in nature. What kind of responses do you get from faculty when you kind of introduce the idea for the first time?
I assume this is
for all three of you.
Okay.
Winfred, would you like to go first? We haven't heard from you in a while.
Yeah. So I told in Concepcion University we have a planetary health group for 20 faculty. So for this point, it's easy to explain, to invite and participate and collaborate this academy for the course, because understand the transdisciplinary point. So the principal point is the academic starting work in the topic and research in interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary, and later invited for the course. So the academic have a background for transdisciplinary things, starting to understand the thing, and for this thing is close to the planetary health, and easy way to incorporate to the planetary health.
So in other words, you haven't noticed that is a barrier, that people have reservations or concerns when invited to join this transdisciplinary committees?
Pardon?
You haven't noticed that there is a barrier there, that the fellow faculty members are not concerned or don't have reservations, and maybe we would expect when joining the planetary health field and the transdisciplinary way of collaborating with others?
Yeah, principally the researchers were more so involved more in the actually think, understand more the transdisciplinary point, the study, the academy, sorry, don't have actually with the last thing, it's difficult to to involve to the transdisciplinary thing for planetary health.
Thank you. Christina, would you like to add something?
Yeah.
What was your experience when inviting colleagues to join?
Yeah. When we were planning the master, so more than 5 years ago, the first step was to invite colleagues from different disciplines. And of course, we have colleagues from social sciences, economical sciences, climate sciences, environmental sciences, public health, epidemiology, and ecology. I think I'm not missing anyone. And of course, there were people working on that areas, but there were also, all of them had an interest on the crisis, on the environmental and climate and health crisis that we are currently facing. So they were very happy about being invited to that initiative. And the proof to that is that after 5 years, they are still committed to this committee, and they participate in the meetings that we have annually to revise the program. So it's been a very nice experience from our side as inviting them, and I think from their side to be part of this new initiative.
Thank you. That's great to hear. And I would like to ask you a bit about partnerships and how important partnerships are for your work. So I'm assuming that to build this successful planetary health education efforts, you build some partnership with organization, the other groups, government agencies, maybe to support this. So can you tell us bits about the partnerships you built so far and that really helps you be successful in planetary health education, and maybe reflect a bit on any partnership you wish you had or ones that you are hoping to build going forward?
Yeah.
Yes, please,
Yes,
Keiko.
yes, partnership is very important. So planetary health, so for most people, planetary health new. So how to work, or even to how to speak, and so it's new. But so to find a professional, so it's academics who can or have work for interdisciplinary work. And then so I try to connect those people, and so even involve in the teaching. Some from academics, some from both fields. So, and then also I think it's a very good exercise for those the teaching faculties. It's a good exercise to understand, and then also to develop planetary health and thinking in that sense. In terms of a particular institution, so I'm working with Science Council Japan, and then so there is several environment risk assessment or ecological thinking or even sustainability committees. So there are good people there. So to connect those people to introduce planetary health thinking, and then also develop some guideline, etc. So that's a process to expand the planetary health network, and then education as well.
Thank you, Keiko. Christina, what is your experience with building partnerships?
I think in our case, building partnerships was key right since the beginning. So the Masters in Planetary Health, it's a joint collaboration between 2 universities and a research center. And I think that was key to develop the program very rapidly and already 5 years ago. So I think just trying to do that from a single university wouldn't have enough strength to convince that was really an important program to be launched. But having 2 well-recognized universities and a very well-established and recognized research centers such as Global behind that proposal, I think it was very important. And that was key at the beginning of the program. And I think during these 5 years that we've been going the program, we've been able to establish many other collaborations across, well, first regionally in Catalonia, as is now seen the new leadership of the European hub from here, from our region, but also across Europe. And well, I think this is key. First, to keep up our spirits and do not think that we are working alone against all these problems, but also and yeah, more seriously to join forces and all of us in the same direction.
Thank you. Winfred, would you like to add something in terms of what partnership were especially valuable for your educational effort?
Yeah, I think the planetary health is the point of meet all disciplinary. So we talk with academy for different area. We can explain the planetary health is part of this specific area. So I think for this way, planetary health is better for meet with the different area.
Thank you. We got one question. I'm just going to mention it because actually you answered it while answering the previous questions. If you have tried to work with other faculty outside of respective schools, and you just all gave examples how you are actually doing that. So I would like to now thank you again for joining the panel today. It was so wonderful to hear all of your success stories and the experiences that helped you along the way. I also want to say that I'm very sorry that our fourth panelist couldn't join us today, but as a result, we had more time for questions. And I feel sometimes in these panels, we kind of have presentations and not enough to talk about. So I really appreciate you, Keiko, staying till the end of the panel, which I am even afraid to ask how late it is now in Japan, but we all appreciate you staying with us till the end of the panel. Thank you again for this wonderful conversation. And I give the floor back to my colleagues in Sao Paulo to take us to the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elena, and all panelists, Winfred, Christine and Keiko. It was really a wonderful panel. Lots of good ideas, lots of inspiration for us to move forward. Now, in fact, we're going to have a break and we'll get back here in 35 minutes. Okay? So thank you all and see you soon.
Now, Anusha. Good to see you, Anusha. How are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Really good. I don't know if you are able to see me, but I'm seeing you. So I'm here with Silvina.
Do you see us here?
I believe that it's closed.
Yes, I can see you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And
Nosotros miramos para allá. Vamos allá.
that's
Creo-
another. That's because this is the Zoom, but we are also in a
And the
small-
camera
small
is where? There.
Claro.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Ujú. Entonces mira para allá. Solo para saber para
No
dónde.
creo que vas a lograrlo. Mira para allá,
No.
para aquí.
Ah, aquí, allá. Girls, in more like 5 minutes we will start. And do you have slides to present? Yes. Yes. Okay. So
You are all,
Yes.
all of you are able to share. If you want to just to test sharing your screen.
yeah.
Okay.
Although, yeah, the screen is already being shared by Jess. I guess she's there. I see her mouse moving. Yes.
Just
Thank
one
you,
more
Jess.
time.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
who
Just to try to see if it's working.
goes first, Danielle?
Yeah. Just a minute.
Yes.
Yes. It's okay.
Só falta colocar no modo full, mas depois
É.
você pode pôr. Quer tentar já colocar no modo tela cheia?
There's okay.
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Thank
Obrigado.
you.
You will stop sharing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just a minute. Okay.
Who's next?
Anusha, do you want to try your
Yeah, I
screen
can
share?
try.
Thank you.
¿Nos ves en la pantalla? Ahora no. ahora.
Perfect,
Is that
Anusha.
okay? Yeah, great.
Mhm.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Want to try again, Celia? You did it before, but if you want to try.
Sure, I'll do it once more. There we go. We got the sound. Let me see. Let me see. Right?
It's coming. It's just on that presenter mode. So we're seeing your notes.
Okay, so let me stop sharing and I'm gonna try again. And I think it went to the other screen. So let me share. I think this should be right. How's that looking?
Still that way. So we're seeing both your slides and the notes on the right part.
Okay, let me see.
Yeah, maybe this. Yeah.
Is that presenter view now?
Yeah. Then not yet.
Not yet.
It's the same. It's the same. Try duplicate slideshow maybe.
Maybe duplicate, let's see.
Let's see.
Okay, hang on.
No.
Hang on. So duplicate slideshow, let's see. No, I don't want that because I'm not going to be able to see my text now. Let me just stop. Hang on. Oops, I need to undo that. Oh, how do I come out of? Let me log out because I've got you all now in 3 screens. So I'm gonna come out and rejoin again, okay?
Okay. Okay.
Están hablando con Daniel.
Okay. Jenny.
Hi, Jenny.
Hi. Do you have slides, Jenny? Do you wanna?
No, I don't have slides. I'm just gonna speak if that's okay.
Okay, sure. It's up to you. Try. Yes, please. Yes. Forgot about you, person not there.
Let me try again.
Yes. Yes.
I'm gonna go to one side. Okay. Share. So this is the screen I want to share. Yeah, can you see it?
Yes.
Yes.
And I'm going to put it in
full screen.
Like this. There we go. Is that good now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
Right. Okay. Fingers crossed. Thank you.
Desde REAC van a hacer una pequeña publicación seguramente.
Tenemos un card en Instagram si quiere.
Ah, ok.
¿Tiene Instagram? No.
Sí.
Yo no sé.
No.
Necesitamos que te envío.
Ya. Y el video queda en YouTube para compartir, ¿verdad?
Quiero.
Ok.
Hello, Jenny. Nice to see you.
Hey, how are you?
So glad you're here.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to be here.
Fantastic. Do you want to
Silvina,
do you want to try and
Just said, you know what? I'm just gonna speak.
you'll be brilliant.
Yeah.
So I believe that we could start. Yeah, because it's sharp too. My name is Tatiana Camargo, and I am delighted to be here today to start with you and have this beautiful women planetary health colleagues here with me in this panel of educating children and teams. And before starting to present our colleagues here today, and we will have their wonderful presentations, I just want to share some thoughts and some words with you about why it's important to educate children and teams in planetary health education. Planetary health education is started very focused on the training of health professionals. But if we think about planetary health and its wide and its holiness and it's as a program that it's for everybody in each sector, so educating in planetary health, it's not enough to educate the health professionals. So much each time more we see that we need to make it wider. So educating children and teens is a way of spreading planetary health since the very beginning of the process of education. So that's why we, and especially myself, we are very enthusiastic about this idea of investing energy and thoughts and research about how to educate children in planetary health. So here today we'll have 5 colleagues that are engaged in activities, strategies, and programs about planetary health education for children and teens in different parts of the world from different backgrounds. So today we will have Silvina Alessio, Anusha sorry, Anusha, I don't, if I'm not speaking this correctly, but it's Anusha Seneviratne, Cecilia Manhosa, Daniele Ramos, and Jenny Salmon. I will present their bio more details, but in just before each one of them to start to speaking. The sequence here today, just to let you know, girls, is Silvina, then Anusha, then Cecilia, then Daniele, and finishing with Jenny. It's okay for you, or we can rearrange it? It's okay. So let us start with Silvina. I'll read her bio for you. And Silvina, I will try to translate because it's in Spanish. Silvina is coordinator of education of the project Alforja Educativa em Saúde Escolar e Mundo Microbiano de REACT Latinoamérica. She's a psychopedagogist, specialist in virtual learning. She has a degree in social sciences, and she co-authors the materials of the Alforja Educativa in many publications about the participation of children in themes of health and health promotion. So, Silvina, contigo, por favor.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, Tatiana, en primer lugar por una vez más que podamos compartir un encuentro entre Salud Planetaria y REACT en este espacio que nos están brindando para compartir las propuestas educativas que realizamos. Esta propuesta educativa se centra en el mundo microbiano y en la salud planetaria para pensar la educación como la herramienta poderosa y transformadora que tenemos en este momento. REACT se ha creado hace ya 20 años, que aborda la problemática de la resistencia a los antimicrobianos y sobre todo pensando en todas aquellas interrelaciones que suceden entre las personas, entre el ambiente, entre los ecosistemas, pero también entre los sistemas agroalimentarios, entre la flora y la fauna. O sea, es pensar cómo esta problemática se da en el contexto de la salud planetaria. Y dentro de las propuestas y las estrategias que se centran en educación y en comunicación, realizamos ya desde hace 12 años un proyecto que se llama Alforja Educativa, Salud Escolar y Mundo Microbiano, en donde el centro está en la participación infantil y en el pensar cómo estas temáticas se tienen que dar dentro de la educación integral desde la primera infancia, ¿no? Y poder ir desde allí construyendo sobre todo personas que puedan tener una mirada mucho más amplia, que puedan interpelar sus realidades y también buscar aquellas soluciones que puedan suceder de manera conjunta y comunitaria. Entonces, desde esa visión es que pensamos que la participación de las infancias, en primer lugar, implica reconocer a los niños y a las niñas como actores sociales válidos y pensarlo desde poder garantizar los derechos que tienen las infancias a la salud, a la educación, a la participación en los temas que a ellos los están afectando y que las opiniones que ellos tengan puedan ser tenidas en cuenta. ¿Y por qué esta temática que es quizás un poco compleja, ¿no? La del mundo microbiano, de la resistencia, de los antibióticos, con los niños y las niñas, ¿no? Primero porque los pensamos como agentes de cambio, para ellos mismos, para sus familias y para sus comunidades. Y también repensamos el rol que tiene la escuela o cualquier espacio comunitario como un centro de promoción de salud, que pueda promover una educación más sensible, más crítica, de observación sobre la realidad, activa, y también interrelacionada, ¿no? Que quizás eso es algo que sucede en la educación, que las áreas de aprendizaje van cada una por su lado, ¿no? Y buscar estas interrelaciones que puedan ser más transversales, también van formando estructuras en las personas que llevan luego a que las miradas puedan ser más integrales, más generales, en sus vidas futuras también, ¿no? Desde ahí empezamos a realizar experiencias con niños, niñas y con jóvenes interrelacionando estas temáticas. Entonces, hablamos de huerta escolar y mundo microbiano. Ay, no le hice pasar. Huerta escolar y mundo microbiano, pero desde cómo podemos integrar todas las áreas de aprendizaje en esta construcción y cuidado de la huerta. El poder experimentar desde el área de matemáticas, desde las ciencias, desde el juego, el arte, la literatura, la geografía, las ciencias sociales, poder trabajar en un proyecto que a los niños y niñas los une, los motiva a trabajar en equipo, a poder desarrollar otro tipo de habilidades sociales, cooperativas, de sensibilidad también en el cuidado del otro, de ver también la vegetación como un otro de cuidado también, ¿no? Y poder hacer esas analogías también. Podemos ir a la siguiente diapositiva. Siguiente.
¿Más una?
Esta es
No,
la de
una.
huerta y mundo microbiano.
Ahora una más.
Y podemos pasar a una más. Entonces, al pensar el trabajo de la huerta y el mundo microbiano y en esas interrelaciones, también pensamos en la alimentación saludable y cómo se vincula con el microbioma de las personas y en estas interrelaciones que se dan entre la alimentación y los sistemas agroalimentarios. La siguiente. En esta misma propuesta trabajamos lo que es la escritura creativa y cómo los chicos pueden, a través de su imaginación, la estructuración de cuentos, la creatividad, ir generando propuestas literarias que no solamente pueden de alguna manera mostrar lo que han aprendido, sino también sirve para esa educación entre pares, que también es lo que se busca en la educación. Un niño o una niña que puede llevar diferentes contenidos, conocimientos, saberes que van construyendo hacia otros y otras. Y si es entre pares, el aprendizaje sabemos que también se da de una manera mucho más significativa. Entonces acá, por ejemplo, vemos cómo trabajan con cuentos y también cómo van construyendo otros espacios como las ferias de ciencias o intercambios virtuales entre chicos de Argentina, Ecuador y Brasil, como hicimos en los otros años. En la siguiente diapositiva, otra de las propuestas en estas interrelaciones, vemos el agua y el lavado de manos para prevenir enfermedades infecciosas. Diferentes visitas que se hacen hacia los lugares en donde los chicos investigan, se interrelacionan con el ambiente natural, observan y también juegan y construyen otro tipo de aprendizajes desde lo lúdico, desde lo recreativo, el compartir entre ellos los conocimientos que fueron creando o investigando. Y otro de las propuestas que creemos que es interesante, el cómo poder relacionar la educación infantil con la educación de los jóvenes, y en este caso de futuros profesionales de la salud, que también se puedan formar en el vínculo con la comunidad, en las problemáticas de salud que la comunidad tiene, y que puedan ampliar también esta mirada de interrelaciones hacia la salud planetaria que también los llevan a comprender la salud de las personas de otra manera. Entonces, estas propuestas llevan a que los jóvenes puedan ir hacia las escuelas, puedan formarse, puedan pensar también otros determinantes en la salud. Este proyecto, como les decía, se centra en el aprendizaje desde el juego, desde el arte y desde la investigación, para que los niños puedan observar la realidad, y para ello, desde REAC, hace ya 12 años que creamos no solamente el proyecto, sino materiales educativos que acompañan a los educadores para que los niños y niñas puedan llevar diferentes procesos de reconocer el problema, de poder investigar sobre él, de consultar dentro de las redes de su comunidad quienes pueden colaborar, puedan planificar y crear sus propios proyectos, puedan desarrollarlos, evaluarlos y retroalimentarlos. Y en esta propuesta están estas guías de actividades que están en español, en inglés y también en portugués, que lo desarrollamos con el grupo de estudios en salud planetaria, y canciones, cuentos, videos, guías sobre huerta escolar, que funcionan como esos mediadores pedagógicos que tanto los educadores, estudiantes, jóvenes, pueden ir utilizando. Y otra de las propuestas que va vinculado en la siguiente diapositiva, la siguiente, otra de las propuestas que se vincula con los materiales educativos y con las experiencias es el poder generar espacios de formación hacia los docentes y que ellos puedan conocer de qué se trata, puedan jugar, cómo juegan los niños, puedan también desarrollar su creatividad, ir conociendo todo el enfoque y poder desarrollar sus propuestas. Entonces, hemos hecho diferentes cursos de manera presencial y también virtual, y el año próximo estaremos desarrollando la diplomatura junto con la Universidad de Mar del Plata, la Facultad de Medicina, en donde también Salud Planetaria va a participar. Así que bueno, hasta allí, y pueden encontrar más materiales y todo lo que es la alforja educativa en la web. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Silvina. Thank you. Now we will have Anusha. So I'm here. I'll read her bio. So Dr. Anusha is a lecturer at Royal Holloway University of London, UK. Her background is in vascular immunology, studying how environmental exposures like air pollution increases cardiovascular diseases. She is the founder of Girawa, an international planetary health education project for youth working across 4 countries, and is developing research-based pedagogies for youth to study planetary health. She is also a member of the Education Working Group of Planetary Health Alliance. So thank you, Anusha. Please share with us this beautiful project of Girawa.
Thank you, Tatiana, for the kind introduction. I'll just put the slides on the screen. Hopefully you can all see that. Okay. So yes, this is about the Girawa, which is a planetary health education project that we started now 5 years ago. So I'm very excited to share the developments that we have made. So first of all, we started out as a small project to bring or make planetary health education more accessible to school children, and I had through my own connections, my heritage being Sri Lankan, I was volunteering with a charity called the Foundation of Goodness in Sri Lanka, so we started creating a planetary health education course out there for their school children, the rural school children who attend their village heartbeat empowerment centres. And this was the first planetary health course of its kind in Sri Lanka. And the Girawa logo was inspired by the Sri Lankan hanging parrot, which is an endemic species in Sri Lanka. So it symbolizes the symbiotic relationships that occur in nature because the bird is able to pollinate flowers as well as consume seeds and fruits and spread the seeds around to bring about new plant growth in the forests. So as I said, we began this planetary health education course based on the Planetary Health Alliance's education framework, actually around the time the COVID pandemic was unfolding in 2020. So this was an opportunity to make the children more aware of what was unfolding during that time. A lot of the children were confused about why we needed lockdowns and had to wear masks and so on. So this was an opportunity to raise awareness of how the environment is so closely tied with our health, because of course it was a zoonotic disease. And that really helped to spark their curiosity in this area. So we began by covering or creating lessons covering topics such as infectious diseases, including COVID, of course, and then we moved on to other topics such as mental health, nutrition, the benefits of plants for our health. And the following year, Girawa was accepted as an organizational member of the Planetary Health Alliance. So we have built many collaborations during this time. So of course, starting off with the Foundation of Goodness Centers, they have 21 centers around the country providing education to rural school children who may have issues attending their day-to-day school. These centers provide additional education for these children, and over 300 students have been very involved in the planetary health course that we've been running. We also, the following year, started collaborating with Brazil. So Jolita Rocha is our main lead of the educational activities in Sao Paulo. She's enabled the project to expand to several schools in the area, and we have reached over 200 students. We also did some work with the cavalry captain, Witold Pilecki State University in Poland, who gave some planetary health lessons to their master students in nursing on Earth Day in 2023. And most recently, actually this past summer, undergraduate students of the health studies degree at Royal Holloway University, where I'm based, they undertook their student placements involved with the Girawa project. So they helped with creating educational materials for these children, and the feedback was very positive from their placements. So over the course of this project, it's not just about the education. We also wanted to really build the students' skills so that they can feel empowered to make a difference in their communities, but also ensure that their messages reach far and wide. So one project that we did was to create an online gallery of pictures and video messages from students aimed at the COP26 and COP27 world leaders attending the summits a few years ago. So on the left here, you can see some of the images that the students submitted from Sri Lanka and Brazil mainly. And they also wrote up accompanying stories behind each of these pictures, expressing their views around their concerns about climate change, the activities that they're doing, such as planting trees, for example. And here on the right is a couple of screenshots from a video that we created ahead of the COP27 summit. As you can see, we had some children contributing messages from Brazil, from Kenya, in collaboration with ACOFI, who I'm sure many of you are familiar with, is the Africa Community of Planetary Partners for Health and the Environment. So they helped us to involve some children from Kenya to provide their messages. And of course, we had contributions from students from the Foundation of Goodness in Sri Lanka as well. So in 2023, we decided to try and make the teaching of planetary health more practical and more hands-on, so that the students would gain as much as possible from their education. So really with the impetus from Jolita, we created the Girawa Planetary Health Youth Clubs in 2023, and it started off in Brazil, as you can see from the logo that she designed. So this involved the launch of several youth clubs with support from the Rotary Club in Linz, Brazil, empowering youth to lead activities in their schools and their local community. So you can see a few images here from those activities. They're involved in planting trees, growing their own food. You can see growing lots of vegetables here, but also taking part in campaign and community-based activities. So they would go out to the communities and speak to local people about climate change and environmental issues and help to raise awareness about local environmental changes. They would also create campaigns that would go out online, talking about different species of trees and fruit and how that's all important for our health. You can see some of these activities in further detail on Instagram. Each of the different youth clubs have their own Instagram accounts, so you're welcome to follow the activities that they're undertaking. And then the Planetary Health Youth Club expanded further in 2024 when we created the International Planetary Health Youth Club. So this brought together students from Brazil, Sri Lanka, and Kenya. So we began by encouraging the children to lead these activities within their own communities based on a specific theme. And then the students all came together on a quarterly basis in online meetings and discussed what community activities they undertook. And they also asked each other questions about their different cultures across the different countries. And it really brought about a very lively discussion during those online meetings. So they were able to learn about each other's local foods, and with these three countries pretty much being in very similar sort of climates and tropical climates, they found actually there were a lot of similar foods between the countries, which was very interesting. They learned about each other's cultural interests, so that really helped to bring about the bonding between these different students across different countries. And they also discussed these environmental issues such as COVID, trees that they had planted, again, very similar species, things like guava and banana trees were coming up a lot in conversation. And of course, changes they're seeing in their environment in response to climate change. And on the right, you can see these the students after each meeting. We created a YouTube video where the students gave a summary of what they discussed and shared their experiences. And the feedback from the students was that they really enjoyed creating these videos, and it really helped them to feel like they were empowered and bringing about an agency of change when they created these videos. And it was very popular among the students. And we also created a separate Instagram account specifically for this International Youth Club. So we wanted to look at how we can improve these activities and go into some research to see what is most the effective approach to teach planetary health. So thanks to a small grant from Royal Holloway University earlier this year, we began a research study to look at the effectiveness of these youth clubs, and also use this as an opportunity to exchange knowledge by training the teachers who are involved in these youth club activities and spread or expand the youth clubs further in Sri Lanka. So as part of these activities, we have now integrated an approach called Young Researchers and Reporters. So the idea is that students would start to lead their own research projects, and that would be a way for them to learn about planetary health by themselves, essentially, so leading their own learning. So we've started this research study introducing activity called intergenerational interviews as a method of learning about planetary health. So the idea is that students would interview an adult family member, perhaps a parent or a grandparent, or perhaps a teacher in their schools or educational centers, and learn about how the local environment has changed when that adult was young compared to how it looks today. And that way the students by themselves would be able to extract information and find out about how the local environment has changed, and hopefully learn more about planetary health and how it's affecting their local community. So back in April and May this year, myself and Jolita went out to Sri Lanka to help train the teachers to set up these youth clubs and train them in this intergenerational interview activity. So as you can see in this top left image, we also gave the students Girawa Youth Club t-shirts like they had in Brazil to help them feel included as part of these activities. We carried out a Planetary Health gallery walk activity where we had images of different scenarios from the environment, such as flooding or air pollution, and the teachers discussed all of these different planetary health issues, and that also helped to cement their understanding of the concepts. And you can see some more pictures from the workshops here where we were involved with training the teachers and training them to train the students to carry out these intergenerational interviews. And then a couple of months later, in July, my colleague, Dr. David Channon, went out to carry out some follow-up workshops. And you can see here a couple of activities. So he carried out a Planetary Health Detectives activity where he took the children outside to observe their local environment. He also ran a magic box imagination-based activity so that children could explore what it means to be a researcher and hopefully have a better understanding of how they themselves would be researchers participating in this activity. So now that the teachers have been trained on how to carry out these interviews, and they are now training the students, and you can see a couple of images here where the students are learning how to carry out these interviews and brainstorming different questions that they will ask the adult in their interviews. So prior to undertaking this training, the students completed some pre-activity surveys from 3 centres across Sri Lanka, so in Hatton, Udumulla and Wavunia. So we have a total of 76 students recruited to the study. The early results show that more than half the students in Udumulla and more than 3/4 of the students in Hatton and Wavunia are aware of environmental issues affecting their environment. And they also expressed their preference to engage in practical, hands-on ways of learning. So they really enjoy outdoor activities, engaging in sports activities, gardening, and observing wild animals in the environment. And here's just a graph from one example question. So how much do you worry about climate change? As you can see, the results are actually quite variable between the 3 sites, and perhaps it could be relating to the geographical locations of Wavunia, where the results are in green. It's in the north of Sri Lanka, which is the hottest part of the country, so perhaps they feel the effects of climate change more, and perhaps that's why they're more worried. Whereas Hatton and Udumulla, for instance, Hatton is in the central part, in the sort of highland area of the country where it's a bit cooler, and perhaps they don't feel the effects so much. And the same with Udumulla, which is on the southern coast, which was one area actually that was badly hit by the 2004 tsunamis, which is still quite had a big impact on that community and perhaps is more of a focus in that area. Some of the challenges that we've faced so far while conducting this study is the language barriers. Of course, they have very different languages. Not all of the children and teachers are fluent in English, so that can sometimes be a barrier when we're conveying these concepts across to them. Also convincing the students or their parents of the importance of learning about planetary health. The parents are very much focused on their children learning core subjects, getting good grades, and then moving on to university or getting good jobs in the future. And they don't quite understand the importance of planetary health and why their children need to attend these lessons. And of course, ensuring that the momentum of this study continues on the ground, because we're not there ourselves on the ground. So trying to develop those collaborations on the ground is really important to keep up the momentum of this work. So in terms of the ongoing and future work in relation to the study, we await the completion of these interviews to see what the children find out. And the idea is we'll then be able to publish what they find with an online magazine and perhaps more YouTube videos, as the children really enjoy that. And hopefully that will also help them feel empowered in sharing their results. And we also look forward to seeing what answers they give in the post-activity survey to see whether their planetary health understanding has improved. We're also collaborating with more universities in Sri Lanka, in Sabaragamuwa and Wavunia, to help get greater support on the ground to continue supporting these activities. And we're looking to extend this study to Brazil and to Kenya as well, in collaboration with ACOFI. As you can see a few pictures on the right here, my colleague Jolita Rocha has been out recruiting teachers and students in Brazil. She's recruited 7 schools with more than 200 students. So we look forward to seeing how they get on with the study. And of course, we hope to expand the network in the UK with local schools around Royal Holloway. And of course, we're very much open to collaborations and hope we can expand this further. So finally, we'd like to thank everyone who's been involved in helping GIRWA establish itself and create all these opportunities in planetary health education, also our funders in the UK and in Brazil as well. And finally, if you'd like to continue following our activities, do have a look at our website and our social media channels. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Anusha. Now to continue with those beautiful experiences and educating children in planetary health, we will have Cecilia. So I will present her in more details now. So Cecilia Manhosa Niblon has a background in anthropology and education and is experienced leading large international multi-stakeholder programs across science, health, education, and the arts, connecting local and global issues to drive positive change at COP climate change conferences and beyond. She is Scotland's UN Regional Centre of Expertise on Education for Sustainable Development, Learning for Sustainability Scotland Development Manager. In her current role, she works closely with educators, learners, communities, and policymakers to weave learning for sustainability into our everyday for everyone in Scotland and as part of a global network of more than 200 regional centers of expertise. So Cecilia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tatiana, for that very kind introduction. And I'm going to share the screen and hope it works. Could let me know if you can see it.
It's coming, yes. So now you just have to put it in full screen.
Yeah, let me just, I need to put it in display mode. You all see it, okay?
Yeah, now it's perfect.
Okay, well, first of all, thank you very much. And I'm already very inspired by the previous two presentations, and I can see already some lovely synergies. So my name is Cecilia Manhosa Niblon, and 7 months ago, I joined Learning for Sustainability Scotland as a development manager. And I did so because of the inspirational cross-sectoral holistic approach to learning for sustainability in Scotland. And today's presentation is also a collaboration with my colleagues Beth Christie and Kirsten Lisk. And as this cartoon by artist Haman Eugenia show, our planet is on an unsustainable trajectory. It is clear that the long-term future of our planet cannot be taken for granted. Scientists tell us that we have crossed 7 out of 9 planetary boundaries, signaling that humanity has pushed the Earth's support systems beyond the safe zone, increasing the risk of destabilizing the planet's geophysical and ecological integrity. And as Christie and Higgins share, this recognition and the associated notion of education that takes this responsibility seriously is a long-standing implicit and more recently explicit value of the Scottish education community. The concept of sustainability within a Scottish educational context arose from this value. So Scotland developed a holistic interdisciplinary approach to education, learning for sustainability. Let me take you on a whistle-stop tour and share some of those key policies that have enabled this transformation, the role of learning for sustainability in Scotland, our impact, and some final reflections. So what is the context? Scotland is a country within the United Kingdom that has 5.4 million people, a devolved government with legislative power on education and training, and a long-standing commitment and holistic approach to education for sustainable development, global citizenship, and outdoor learning, known locally as learning for sustainability. In 2012, Scotland set out a vision for learning. The Scottish Government commissioned a working group chaired by the Director of the Regional Centre of Expertise Scotland to turn an election manifesto commitment to education for sustainable development into reality. And you can see here the One Planet Schools report. And this is a Scotland where learners are educated through the landscape and understand their environment, culture, and heritage, where they develop a sense of place and belonging to the local, national, and global community, and have a deep connection to the natural world. Here, learners will understand the significance of their choices now and in the future. In 2013, this vision became a reality, and all 13 recommendations from that report I showed you earlier were accepted by the Scottish Government. As a result, Scotland's National Learning for Sustainability strategy was born, and it has 5 key aims. One is that all learners aged 3 to 18 have an entitlement to learning for sustainability. Every practitioner, school, and education leader should demonstrate learning for sustainability in their practice. Every setting should have a whole setting approach to learning for sustainability. And all settings, buildings, grounds, and policies should support learning for sustainability. And last but not least, a strategic national approach to supporting learning for sustainability should be established. But Scotland went a step further, and this became part of a bigger policy strategy to embed sustainability across Scottish policy making. Scotland became one of the first countries to sign up to the UN SDGs in 2015. And 3 years later, the National Performance Framework, this beautiful petal, for the whole country was refreshed to align to the goals. Social, environmental, economic sustainability is reflected in all of Scotland's national outcomes and priorities, including in education and learning. So this is hot off the press. We revamped our website today. In 2012, Learning for Sustainability Scotland was established. We are Scotland's UN University recognized regional centre of expertise in education for sustainable development, and we are hosted by the University of Edinburgh. We are part of a global family of over 200 regional centres of expertise, and we are one of only 5 which covers the whole country. So it's quite unique. We are an open, pan-sectoral network in which members and partners come together to undertake collaborative projects, research and advocacy that advance and weave learning for sustainability practice and policy in Scotland and beyond. So how do we work? We work in partnership and we work with educators. You can see here in this onion, how we work across all levels, from the early years to colleges, universities, communities, local authorities, national government, and international organizations. We weave connections across these sectors with Scotland and our international partners. We co-produce, pioneer, and practice new knowledge and approaches, and curate materials and resources with and for educators. We advocate and provide strategic advice for effective learning for sustainability policy, and we lead, monitor, and evaluate projects and programs locally and internationally. So what does learning for sustainability in Scotland look like? I'm really delighted to share this 90-second reel, which is being showcased at the COP UK Pavilion in Belém next week. So hope it works. So all these activities collectively contribute to driving significant impact, reaching learners, educators, and policy in Scotland and beyond, including international frameworks such as the Education for Sustainable 2030 roadmap. I'd like to share some brief examples of this policy. So we directly influence Scotland's Education for Sustainable Development policy and support Scotland's National Learning for Sustainability Action Plan, sharing expertise and provision of strategic advice. We enable collaborative work to realize national Education for Sustainable Development plans, including, for example, co-creating a national framework for initial teacher training, teacher education. We work with the Scottish Government to ensure the place of learning for sustainability is part of educational system reform, which is ongoing in 2025. And we collaborate with the General Teaching Council to support the professional standards for all 58,000 teachers in Scotland. For example, through our partnership with the British Council, we have developed career-long professional learning sustainability courses that benefited 10% of teachers and learners in Scotland through the Connecting Classrooms program. In addition, over the last 3 years, 400 young people aged 16 to 18 have experienced firsthand the complex challenges of international climate diplomacy through climate negotiation simulations in Scotland. We also co-design and deliver professional learning, and our free, massive, open online courses, Learning for Sustainable Futures, have reached 60,000 participants globally since we launched 6 years ago. And we today want to invite you all to join us on the upcoming Live at COP30 free online course launched on the 10th. So to conclude, let me share some reflections. As world leaders and civil society gather at COP30 at such a perilous time for our planet, we have an opportunity to reimagine humanity's place as part of this intricate way of life. Herman Eugenia's cartoon here captures this beautifully. Our human health is interlinked with the health of our planet. Education and learning are central to building a just, equitable, and sustainable world. As our director, Dr. Beth Christie, highlights, education holds a vital cross-cutting role within the COP30's action agenda. And while COP30 focuses primarily on climate, education, and learning, are more effectively understood and implemented within a broader interconnected framework of sustainability education. This approach is lifelong, extending beyond formal institutions into families, communities, workplaces, and public life, shaping the values, the skills, and actions needed to address the multiple unfolding crises, including those related to climate and nature. A strong example of this is Scotland's Learning for Sustainability, pan-thematic and cross-sectoral approach, which situates climate education within wider economic, environmental, and social contexts. So looking ahead, future thinking and action towards a flourishing, sustainable planet must therefore be grounded in equity, compassion, and inclusivity. And this requires making explicit the connections to racial justice, gender equality, labor rights, and geopolitical realities, as well as addressing the powerful role of misinformation and disinformation. Stay in touch, scan the code, stay connected, join us. Obrigada.
Thank you, Cecilia. Thank you for sharing such a beautiful materials also. Now we are going to see the experiences of Daniele Ramos from Brazil. Let me read here her bio. So, Daniele Ramos Rosa has been a teacher in the state school system since 2010 and in the municipal school since 2017. She holds a degree in languages and literature and in pedagogy. Since 2022, she has worked as reading room advisor teacher in the municipal school system, developing projects focused on reading education and artistic expression, such as the Literary Gathering and the Reading Club. She collaborates with the Digital Lab teacher Erica Monfardini in the Imprensa Jovem Youth Press project, promoting interdisciplinary practices in reading, media, and edu-communication. Welcome, Daniele, please.
Hello, thank you.
Feel free to share. Thank you.
Just a minute here. Okay, are you seeing?
It's
Okay.
coming in 1 more minute.
Go.
Now, okay. Perfect.
Okay. Thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here to share a bit of our experience with the 2 projects that have been transforming the daily life of our school, Asanha's Teen Press and the Climate Literary Gathering. These initiatives show that the school is a living space of voice, listening, and creation, where reading, art, and communication come together to educate students for more critical, creative, and conscious. Both projects were born from different areas, but today they walk in partnership, thinking about, okay?
Okay, the sound is good. Now it's okay.
Okay, thank you. Asanha's Teen Press is a well-established project in our school. It celebrates 10 years in 2025. From the very beginning, it was being led by teacher Erica Monfardini, who has guided the project with great dedication, promoting edu-communication and student protagonism. Throughout these 10 years, Asanha's Teen Press has explored a wide range of themes: culture, diversity, human rights, health, technology, sustainability, and much more. Each year, students are invited to investigate the world, produce content, and communicate ideas that contribute to building a juster and more informed society. The project is part of the Imprensa Jovem program of the Municipal Department of Education of São Paulo, and is based on edu-communication, a pedagogical practice that combines education and communication to develop in students a critical, participatory, and creative attitude toward the media. In edu-communication, students start being just consumers of information and become authors and content creators, learning to express themselves with responsibility, ethics, and sensitivity. In Asanha's Teen Press, students take on roles such as reporters, scriptwriters, interviews, and editors, learning to communicate with purpose and awareness. This year, the central theme of the project is climate change, a global issue that also directly impacts our daily lives. The Teen Press team has been producing reports, interviews, and digital content on sustainability, conscious consumption, and environment action within the school itself. Now, about the climate literary gathering was born in the reading room as an initiative focused on reading development, artistic expression, and environmental awareness. The goal is to combine literature and sustainability, showing that art is also a way to reflect on and care for the planet. Students write and perform poems inspired by themes such as nature, the environment, climate justice, empathy, and planetary health. Most of the texts are created by the students themselves, who find in poetry a space for freedom, reflection, and personal protagonism. During this process, we study topics such as environmental racism, conscious consumption, and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. These studies help students understand the causes and consequences of climate change and realize that caring for the environment is also an act of social justice, what means thinking about planetary health. The partnership between the Reading Room and the Digital Education Laboratory was established in 2022. Bringing together two fundamental spaces in the school. One focused on reading and arts, and the other focused on technology, communication, and digital media. From this partnership, a natural integration emerged between the Climate Literary Gathering and the Azanhastin Press. Two projects that share common values and goals: the promotion of reading, creative expression, environment awareness, and student protagonism. Working together has shown students that communication is also an act of caring, and that the word can foster awareness, empathy, and change. Students who participate in both projects develop and deepen their skills and competence in public speaking, conducting interviews, and understanding the words. In other words, the projects complement each other and contribute significantly for the formation of well-rounded students. Both projects contribute significantly to planetary health by using educommunication as a guide approach. Through reading, writing, artistic expression, and media productions, students become aware of environment challenges, learn to critically analyze human impacts of the planet, and communicate ideas that promote sustainable practices by combining knowledge, creativity, and action. The projects empower students to become active agents of change, demonstrating that education and communication together can foster a healthier, more sustainable world for everyone. To conclude, I would like to share an example of what our students created in the Climate Literary Gathering, which invites reflection on climate change, environmental justice, and each of our roles on building a better future. The poem Echoes of Injustice by Julia Gonçalves, a 7th grade student, reminds us of the social inequality and environment impacts are interconnected. Let's listen.
Na cidade dividida, ecos de dor, um lado brilha em ouro, o outro em terror. As chamas da vida se apagam devagar, enquanto a esperança se esvai no ar. Casos enviados, sonhos esquecidos, pessoas que lutam por direitos perdidos. A indiferença pesa, como um manto cruel. Os que têm rancor ignoram o papel. A natureza grita, mas poucos escutam. As vozes silenciadas que nunca desculpam. E assim, a terra chora em seu lamento, enquanto a injustiça se torna um tormento. No crepúsculo sombrio, a luz se esconde, e a tristeza ecoa onde o futuro responde.
This was her presentation, and the poem is In the divided city, echoes of pain. One side shines gold, the other in fear. The flames of life slowly fade away, while hope drifts out of the air. Staked houses forgetting dreams, people fighting for lost rights. Indifference waits like a cruel cloak. Those with comfort ignore the whole. Nature screams, but few listen. The silence voices never compete. And so the earth cries in her lament, while injustice becomes a torment. In the darkness twilight, the light hides, and the sadness echoes where the future responds. By reading and reflection of this text like this, we realize that caring for the planet is also an act of social justice, and that communicating with awareness and creativity, as in our projects, is a way to act and transform the world. We would like to participate of COP30 in Belém. We cover many events in São Paulo about the theme, but we are waiting for the plane tickets that we haven't been able to get yet. Thank you all.
Thank you, Daniele. Now we will have our last presentation for this educating children and teens about planetary health. We will have Jenny Salmon. One more minute, I will share her video. So Jenny currently works in policy and is studying in the UK bar course. Jenny was former Earth Fellow and George Moore Scholar at the University of Edinburgh. And she graduated from law in Trinity College Dublin. She tracked Article 6 of the Paris Agreement at COP29 with Climatalk and co-leads their COP30 project. Jenny was UNFCCC Climate Youth Delegate for Ireland for the years of 2023 and 2024, where she was part of the Ireland's National Climate Delegation, attending SCB 58, COP38, and SCB 60 to represent the views of young people in Ireland. Jenny was part of the Youth Climate Negotiators Fundamental Cohort for COP28. In 2022-2023, she represented Irish youth at COP37 in Egypt and NGO Concert Worldwide as their inaugural Youth Climate Ambassadors. Welcome, Jenny. Please, can you share with us your great experience about climate change and climate change education?
Yeah, of course. So thank you so much for that introduction. And there's some very tough acts to follow. It's been amazing hearing about all of the work that everybody is doing all over the globe. So I guess my role on this panel would be that I am someone who was a child and a teenager who benefited from climate education, and it's really changed the trajectory of my life and changed everything that I've done. So I guess I'll talk a little bit more about that. So I guess one of the objectives of this particular panel as part of today is to foster dialogue between educators, policymakers, youth and students, and Indigenous leaders and other civil society actors. But I have gone from being a young person and student to then when I was with the University of Edinburgh as an Earth Fellow, working on the course which was already mentioned by Cecilia when she presented Learning for a Sustainable Future live at COP29 and then COP30 this year. So kind of going from those two, from the student to then being kind of on the other side of it, and then now I'm working in a job that's doing policy making. So I kind of have a couple of different hats and a couple of different perspectives to share. And I didn't prepare slides because I just thought it might be nice to share this in more of a kind of story sharing way. So Anusha mentioned in her presentation how parents are sometimes not clear about the importance of planetary health education for their children because it's all about the kind of core subject areas. But I'm here to kind of debunk that and show that I think all of my core areas of education improved because of having climate education and planetary health education, and it's only ever enhanced that. So in terms of another objective of today of showcasing some of the innovative educational practices that are out there, I guess I'll just talk a little bit through my kind of story or journey in climate education. So early seeds were planted for me. So when I was 16, an NGO in Ireland called Concern Worldwide, their mission is to end world hunger, and I've always been really concerned with social justice, but I hadn't really recognized the nexus between social justice and climate change until when I was 16. I did a kind of work experience with this humanitarian NGO, and as part of that, they presented to us about humanitarian crises and how these are exacerbated by climate change and talking about climate justice. So when I did that at first, my eyes were open to this whole different world, and all of a sudden all of the social justice and humanitarian issues that I had cared about now became climate issues. So then this was in 2018 when I first learned this, and then in 2019 I was kind of out on the streets with Fridays for Future and part of the protests that were of course started by Greta Thunberg that year. And so momentum was building for climate change, but climate change education wasn't necessarily something that was entrenched in the kind of curriculums and education systems in Ireland at this point. But then local action kind of was where I've found a way to take things from global to local, because I think with climate change, particularly for a young person and a student, it's such an existential threat and such a huge thing. And when you're faced with how it's a humanitarian crisis that's directly impacting a lot of people and young people around the world already, but you're a young student in Ireland who thinks, what can I do about this? I'm not being taught about it in school. I feel very powerless. I'm going out striking, but I don't know how I can ensure that this is going to have material action and material outcomes. So my friends and we decided to kind of have a local action project with an NGO called Eco UNESCO. I think they have branches across the world, but there's one in Ireland. And they run a kind of youth competition of everyone does an action project. And it kind of reminded me of Anusha mentioned the student young researcher and reporter program, and the youth clubs that run those kind of action projects. So kind of similar to that. But what my friends and I did was our secondary school, which was there was about 900 students in that school, had no recycling bins. And so we kind of said, okay, we may not be able to solve climate change, just the four of us together, but what we can change is that in our local community, there's every day 900 people who are all putting all of their waste directly into refuse bins and general waste instead of even trying to recycle. So we then, basically just started this whole project and campaign to get recycling bins into our school. And so from doing this really local project, I then had this big interest in humanitarian and climate crisis nexus. And then a couple of years later in 2022, the NGO Concern, who I'd originally learned about climate justice from, were kind of making this role called Youth Climate Ambassador, where they wanted to have a young person from Ireland represent the views of young people in Ireland at an international level at COP27. And so from then on, that's kind of how I spiraled into having a UNFCCC kind of background and interest. So I went to COP27 with them, and it kind of piqued my interest in climate policy. And then after that role, I continued that kind of UNFCCC focus and became part of Ireland's national climate delegation in a new role that they had created for a young person to be on the climate delegation. So I was on Ireland's national climate delegation for SB58, COP28 and SB60. And part of that was also kind of shaping the role out, because climate education, as we're kind of seeing from all of these presentations, it is happening now, but it hasn't always been that way. So in Ireland, the kind of beginning of that climate education piece is kind of quite top down. In terms of this particular climate youth delegate role started in 2021, and so it's kind of expanding and growing, but the role began as just quite a nominal and maybe a role where the young person doesn't have much impact. But myself and the kind of people who've had the role afterwards have all made a really big effort to try and make it a kind of consultation process where we have the opportunity to mix with a lot of youth groups and young people in Ireland to make sure that young people in Ireland feel that they have somebody, a young person who's actually on the Irish delegation and able to speak on their behalf, and to really ensure that their views are held and heard at that highest level. So after that, then I kind of decided to formalize that kind of like grassroots and advocacy type climate work that I'd been doing. And so I started a master's in the University of Edinburgh in global environment and climate change law. So kind of learning about all of the kind of UNFCCC stuff I'd been doing in practice and kind of getting it more a more formalistic approach to it. And that's where I then met Cecilia and all of the Learning for Sustainability Scotland team, because I started to work as an Earth Fellow with the University of Edinburgh. And so that's where I began to work on the course, Learning for a Sustainable Future with them. And that was just one of the most amazing developments, I suppose, in my climate education and in then becoming, I suppose, an educator in some ways on that course. Because I think what was most kind of, I suppose, heartening and harrowing for me was that all of the people who were working with Learning for Sustainability Scotland are people who had been pushing for and driving a climate education agenda for, decades before it kind of was popularized and started to become more of a mainstream thing that people were doing. So it was really amazing to hear from Cecilia and Beth and Kirsten and Betsy and the team who are there about what they've been doing for years and how they've been advocating for young people at third level and in secondary school and primary level to be getting climate education from a young age, because it really is, it's so important, because as Anusha kind of pointed out, parents don't understand that it's something that's really important for young people to be a part of, because it's our reality nowadays, and we see it with extreme weather events happening more frequently and all around the world, different impacts that are being seen. So it's just so important that young people going into the workforce are equipped with having climate knowledge and kind of see that it's important, and kind of hope that then there's a bottom-up approach where businesses will then kind of have sustainability ingrained in them, because the people and the employees that they have who've been educated about climate change from a very young age are doing climate change conscious actions in their business because they know it's important, they care about it, not because a directive tells them that they need to do reporting in a particular way. And then aside from with working as an Earth Fellow, I was also tracking the negotiations for the NGO Climate Talk. It's an international organization that focuses on demystifying climate, international climate regime for young people, and I'm now co-leading their COP30 project. So doing that, it's all stemmed from early climate education. So when I was 16 and working or doing a work experience with the NGO Concern Worldwide, who's a humanitarian organization, had they not explained to me the nexus between climate education and climate change and humanitarian crises, I maybe would have taken a couple of years to then come to that realization, and maybe the whole trajectory of my life and what I've kind of ended up studying and pursuing and where I'm working in now would be all quite different. So I guess one of the main things that I would kind of urge any educators listening today to kind of keep in mind is that planetary health and climate education is so important for young people, and it's not about kind of giving them, these are the SDGs, or here's the climate science, here's this, or telling them what particular areas they should focus in. I think giving young people a really broad range of climate education so that they can take their personal interests and then apply the climate change education lens to whatever their interests are. So say, for example, for me, I never did kind of science in school, or was very scientifically inclined. So then for me, when I was hearing about environmental science, it just would go over my head. Whereas when I heard about humanitarian crises and social justice and how that was affected by climate change, that was what then catalyzed me actually then becoming involved in climate action myself. So I guess just being able to relate it to young people. And then a final point would be that in today's world, where young people have like a kind of a plethora of crises to deal with, so particularly in Ireland, something that we experience would be like the cost of living crisis and housing crisis, which I know is, that's being felt kind of worldwide at the moment, with the way the world's landscape is. And I think just showing young people that climate change is not an optional problem or just an extra problem that is to be added on top of everything. It's something that's exacerbating every other crisis that's happening. So just to really kind of have that early childhood education on climate. Sorry, I think there's some playback. Sorry, I think if Tatiana's on.
Sorry.
What are you going to
Tatiana, if you can mute yourself.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't want to keep talking just in case it was giving everyone a headache. But yeah, so yeah, that's I suppose my final point. And just I think Sylvia in her presentation showed what's being done in Argentina and Ecuador and Brazil already, like the creative writing workshops and science fairs and different things that appeal to lots of different young people, like the kind of water board game and all these different kind of games and community experiences that can be climate education, but in a non-conventional, kind of just specifically scientific way. So as a young person whose life has been changed entirely by climate education and knowing about planetary health and knowing about climate change from a young age, I wouldn't be here today without that climate education. I don't know what I'd be doing. I might be working at something completely different and have gone down a completely different path. So just for everyone on the call who's already a climate educator or has been a climate educator for a number of decades, like just a huge thank you. And just what you're doing is trailblazing, and I think it really is having an impact. And I think that climate education is becoming more of a thing kind of in mainstream curriculums now, and it's all thanks to your hard work. And just so a huge thank you, and just keep doing what we're doing, and all together we can keep climate education being on the table and something that's really helping a lot of young people around the world, and of course having an impact on climate change and climate action. So yeah, I'll leave it there. But thank you. Thanks for your time and thanks for listening.
Thank you, Jenny. Sorry for interrupting you. Now we have some questions that people send us through the YouTube channel. So I will try to present some of them. The first one is for Silvina. Silvina, la primera es para ti. Pregunto en español or in English? I will do it in English first and then I will translate. So the question for Silvina is, how do various communities, including indigenous peoples, conceive and engage with the topic of antimicrobial resistance? That is the main topic of REACT. La pregunta es cómo las distintas comunidades, incluso comunidades indígenas, pueblos así de que tienen su otra concepción epistemológica, se conectan con el tema de resistencia antimicrobiana. ¿Cómo es esta comprensión para estas comunidades?
Bueno, desde el proyecto de educación que desarrollamos, se han hecho experiencias con niños y comunidades indígenas, específicamente en la comunidad Quilloac en Ecuador, que la idea fue que ellos tomen la propuesta de la alforja del mundo microbiano y puedan de alguna manera adaptarlo a su cosmovisión y a sus formas de educar y también de aprender. Incluso ellos pudieron hacer una publicación, ¿no? Adaptada y traducida desde la comunidad Cañari. Pero más allá de eso, la propuesta de la alforja que nació en Ecuador tiene una cosmovisión desde el summa causa y desde el buen vivir, no solamente en sus materiales, sino en cómo aborda también la temática de la salud. Y bueno, tiene que ver con todos esos saberes también del ser humano como parte de la naturaleza, de la reciprocidad, de la cooperación. Bueno, en ese sentido se han dado experiencias. Lo que nosotros planteamos es que hay, digamos, unas temáticas y que luego cada territorio lo va adaptando de acuerdo a sus características de su contexto, ¿no?
Thank you, Silvina. The next one is for Jenny. So, Jenny, how do you envision that we can facilitate our other youth, children to have a career like yours? What are the main barriers? What are the main opportunities? And how to deal with fear and anxiety about climate change and climate change action?
Perfect. I think to answer the first question, to how can we facilitate other young people and what are the barriers, I might answer those together. So facilitating other young people, a big barrier is that a lot of climate change organizations and work and volunteering that young people can do is unpaid. So a big barrier would be that obviously for young people who are working and maybe have limited time and limited capacity and other caring responsibilities, it's quite difficult to find the time to then kind of take on this other issue of climate. So I think showing young people that the climate issue is something that feeds into other issues, and it's kind of making that link very clear and finding synergies so that they're not finding themselves stretching too thin. And then also having paid climate opportunities is really good. So in the University of Edinburgh, the Earth Fellows program they run is a really good example, I think, where young people who kind of have a history of doing climate action and climate work are then paid for that work. And it's, you know, then you have the capacity to actually put into making that climate action have a kind of bigger impact. So there's for that one. And then how to deal with fear and anxiety. I would say that climate anxiety is something that every young person who is educated about climate change and is experiencing it firsthand in terms of the impacts will experience at some point, because it is a huge existential threat. But I think just, I suppose, finding other young people and all talking about those feelings together is really helpful, and kind of taking action from those feelings of fear and anxiety and turning that fear and anxiety into action, and then hopefully hope about how we can collectively work together to make improvements would be kind of how I try to deal with moments where I feel a lot of climate anxiety. And then in terms of going into kind of some of those youth roles to kind of have a career trajectory the same as what I've kind of started on. I guess when I first started it, it wasn't a career idea. It was just a care about climate idea. And I kind of just was doing these roles because I really cared about climate change. And luckily I've been able to turn some of that into now my job. So I guess just, yeah, encouraging young people to really just follow their interests and the rest will follow and not to worry about it in terms of careers. So I hope that kind of answers it. Thanks.
Thank you, Jenny. We have more questions now for Anusha. So here, what is this? Dr. Anusha, wondering if you used the Planetary Health education framework. If so, please share how do you do the systems thinking compound for children's learners and the rubrics for assessment?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, I think we did try our best to align our lessons with the Planetary Health Education Framework. Of course, it is mainly designed for higher education, so it is quite challenging to translate that to education for children. But when we do cover different topics, we try to bring about a holistic perspective as possible. So let's take, for example, if we're looking at cardiovascular disease, which is my background, we would think about the typical risk factors that are normally covered in biology lessons, such as diet, lack of exercise, sedentary lifestyles, but also thinking about, the broader impacts. So the environmental factors, we're seeing more and more impacts from issues such as air pollution, the pollution of our, water and food and so on. Also the mental health impacts of all the different challenges that we face in the environment, the ecological impacts, so the lessening biodiversity having an impact on the food that we obtain and the nutritional content of that food. So there's so many different aspects that we don't really consider in traditional education and school as well as university, that it's really important to embed into children at a young age, so that when they do eventually go into those careers like Jenny was referring to earlier, that they do have that holistic perspective to start off with and can hopefully be agents for change in their future careers. In terms of rubrics for assessment, we haven't really gone that far because we haven't essentially created assessments for children. But I should also mention the work that we're doing in the Planetary Health Alliance Education Working Group, which Yelena presented in the previous session. We are working on an ebook in terms of providing guidelines for planetary health education. One of the chapters of that ebook is specifically addressing planetary health education for children. So we'll be creating a set of guidelines to help guide teachers who are creating lessons and teaching activities. And of course, if anyone wants to also contribute their own experiences and help inform those guidelines, that would be very welcome as well. But it is possible, and it is something that's we're all working together, and that's in progress at the moment.
Thank you, Anusha. We have more 2 questions here. We have now, maybe I will make one for Daniele, and then other one is for everyone that wants to answer. So Daniele, thank you for sharing such impressive work. Could you tell us which forms of climate action your students are more interested in participating in?
Thank you. We can talk about several events about the COP30 we covered this year. So they made interviews with names like Marina Silva, David Sherman, and the Professor Saraiva, and activists as Mavi and Marcelo Oliveira. We have inside the project another project called Vila Progresso in Action, Trash in the Right Place, where we recording videos to educate the community about garbage disposal on our Instagram page, @imprensa_azanha, and about studying authors like Carolina Maria de Jesus, Sérgio Vaz, for example, that gave them ideas from their own texts or poems. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniele. Now we have 2 questions for all our participants. First, in our experience, how willing are the schools, administrators, and teachers to incorporate planetary health education into their curricula and activities? Maybe you, Daniele, have these experiences. How does school administrators and teachers see this work with planetary health inside this school everyday
topic, but it's kind of difficult to engage other professors, other teachers, and the gestors, because we don't have financial investments to make the productions or some projects, so it's kind of difficult, but we have some teachers that support us and talk about the topic as well. So it's not that easy, but we are keeping trying to do this at a public school.
Thank you, Daniele. And now the last one is, what has been and what can be the role of partnerships in your work? Maybe Cecilia or Anusha.
Sure.
Or all, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you can enable the video. The video has been disabled. So thank you for the question, and there are lots of good reflections here that really show the power of. Here we go. Thank you. Can you see me? Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for the question. And I mean, something that has come across all the presentations is the power of partnerships. And it's clear that no one can do this work alone. And the partnerships enable this integrated approach, but also is absolutely key to connect across all the sectors and across the different levels. And I've shared during my presentation what has happened in Scotland. I also think it's really, really powerful reflecting on the story from Jenny that really shows how through this interconnected ecosystem that she started to weave, all these opportunities started to develop. And so I think an important message coming across is education does transform lives. And to have someone as young and committed as Jenny today speaking really shows that all this work just needs to be amplified. And it has to be amplified through collaboration. And so all these seeds that are being planted, so the different projects that have been shared during this call, show that these seeds will grow in interesting ways. Some we might be able to assess, and others will spring and develop in really interesting and unique ways. But I think at the crux of this is we need to continue to do this work, and we need to do it collaboratively, and we need to share and learn together, and unlearn and relearn. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Cecilia. Any other colleague wants to talk about the partnerships and the role of partnerships?
I can just mention that obviously you saw from my presentation the importance of the partnerships, and I really echo what Cecilia has said. It's really important no one can do it alone. We really need to work together to enable these, to be able to spread this education through different levels of education, but also be able to reach as many different geographical contexts as possible. And I think with the activities that we've done, we've seen when the children engage with other children of their age group across different countries, they really enjoy learning about each other's countries, and also the different impacts that planetary health and climate change and so on have on their communities. And if we can encourage more of that engagement between the different networks, I think that's only going to bring about more positive discussions and more benefits for education as a whole.
Thank you, Anusha. And just for closing our panel here today, I will pass you to give your final words, starting with Silvina. Silvina, ¿quieres cerrar diciendo algo así solo para cerrar el panel?
No, solamente agradecer y bueno, muchas gracias por este espacio que creo que son muy necesarios, como planteaban en el proyecto, de seguir profundizando en la educación como la herramienta de transformación que tenemos.
Gracias, Silvina. Y ahora, Anusha, do you want to share your final words to inspire us here today?
Well, I mean, firstly, it's been a pleasure to hear everyone else's presentations. It's so nice to see such inspirational work happening, and I can see a lot of synergies happening as well. So I hope we can develop more collaborations from here and all work together to enhance planetary health education.
Yeah. Cecilia?
Yeah, thank you all. I really value today's conversation, and I hope we continue these conversations and connections going forward. Perhaps one of the important messages I like to share is, and I think this has been mentioned by Jenny and others today, is we need to think about this not as if I have time, we teach about climate education, but we need to think about this as a thread that is woven across everything we do. So planetary health sustainability is not the luxury of some disciplines, but it should be a cross-cutting theme across everything and everywhere. Because in the arts, in science, in geography, in music, we can all be looking at these threads. And so here's an opportunity for interdisciplinarity and connection and partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia. Daniele, do you want to say something?
Just thank you for the opportunity to show our projects. We are a public school, so it's kind of difficult to do some things, but we're still trying because it's very important to listen the young people. They have a lot to say.
For sure. Thank you, Daniele. Jenny?
Yep, no pressure having the last word, but just thank you all. Thanks for listening today. And again, it was just so lovely to hear everyone else's presentations too, and to hear, like, every time we have conversations like this, it's just so heartening because there is a lot of hope and there's a lot of reasons to be hopeful in terms of climate action. And just to echo what Cecilia said too about making it a really interdisciplinary approach, it's just so important. And just for any climate educator who's on this call today, which maybe most of you are, just thank you for what you're doing and the seeds that you're planting for young people, and yeah, just watching them nourish and educating the next generation of kind of the climate negotiators and the people having this bottom-up growth is just so important. So just a thank you on behalf of young people, if they don't mind me speaking on their behalf. And yeah, I think that's all. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Jenny. And just to close, I would like to thank for the colleagues and who are seeing us. I believe that we are all inspired by these different experiences around the world, that I believe that we should systematize to see and to map what are the partnerships that we have in planetary health education for children and teens, beyond of just looking for planetary health, but connecting with climate change education, sustainable development education, sustainability education, see how are the synergies between all those, all this kind of strategies and activities. And just to let you know that for Planetary Health Alliance and for Planetary Health Brazil, education for children and teens in planetary health is something that is a priority, and we will keep pushing this. And we want to count with you and with your valuable work. Thank you. Thank you, girls.
Thank you all.
Gracias.
Now we're going to have a short break, 30 minutes for us to refresh and eat something, and we'll be back in 30 minutes. Thank you.
Ciao.
Hello, we're back. Good afternoon for us. Good evening for some. I don't think it's good morning for anyone. Anyway, we're back for the last panel of our meeting entitled Youth Leadership on Education for a Healthy Planet and People. And my colleague Luis Espanol is going to moderate it. So Luis, up to you. You might present yourself and then go forward.
Thank you, Antonio. And thank you everyone which is here today and in person or online. And I'm flattered to be here and being the moderator of this panel. So the panel has named Youth Leadership on Education for a Healthy Planet and People. And we have 5 guests who will talk a little bit about their topics, and I'm going to introduce them just before they start their presentation. But before we start, let me read the description of this panel that I wrote to better, so we can better understand what this panel will be about. So this panel brings together young leaders and advocates shaping the future of education for a healthier planet and people, such as Planetary Health education and similar initiatives worldwide. Participants will share their perspectives on the role and space on youth in advancing this agenda, highlighting successful initiatives and opportunities that are driving change, and discuss what is still needed to empower and equip the next generation to act for the health of people and the planet. So I am Luis Espanol. I am a professor of the Department of Physiotherapy, Speech Therapy, and Occupational Therapy of the Faculty of Medicine of the University of São Paulo, and I'm also a member of the Planetary Health Brazil Network. So our guests today will be Sunaina Khan, Christian Marafigo Arpino, Monisha Shintala, Luis Gustavo Arruda, and David Agreto. So we are going to start with the first presentation, which is from Sunaina Khan. Sunaina Khan is a healthcare professional and youth advocate from Pakistan, dedicated to advancing sustainable development in healthcare. Her work spans local and international initiatives at the intersection of education, research, activism, and technology in the context of climate change. She currently serves as the partnership co-lead for the Yungo Health Working Group. So Sunaina, it's a pleasure to have you here with us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Luis. Just let me know if you can see my slide. Let me share that. Can everybody see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Sunaina Khan, and I'm Partnership Co-Lead at Yongo Health Working Group. So today I'll be discussing mainly youth's involvement in health advocacy. So first of all, a little introduction of myself. I'm a healthcare professional. So by education, I'm a respiratory therapist, and I was actually training to work in the hospital. And I was training at one of the top hospitals in Pakistan. But when I volunteered in communities here, so those were medical camps in underprivileged communities, that's when I realized that 98% of the people who were coming to those camps, they did not have access to the services in the top hospitals of Pakistan because they're usually private institutes. So that's what prompted me to, transition towards a career in public health and work on communities' health and make sure that everybody has accessible services to different healthcare services and can have good health and well-being. So currently I'm serving as partnership co-lead at Yongo Health Working Group. I'm also involved with Green Institutes and Amnesty International South Asia. I'm also a journalist. I do that as a hobby, but my main interests are the climate's impact on health and how AI is going to be integrated into healthcare services. So first of all, the climate change impact on health. The IPCC publishes assessment reports after every, I think, 10 to 15 years, and they represent how climate is risking our environment and our lives in different ways. So health is one of the areas that is explored in these reports. It is said that 3.6 billion people are highly susceptible to climate change, and most of them are coming from low-income countries and small island developing states. Now, these people from these communities have the lowest contribution to emissions around the world, but they're suffering from the harshest health impacts. And in vulnerable regions, it has been observed that there is a death rate 15 times higher than those who are from less vulnerable regions from extreme weather events. And if you look at this graph, it shows how our global temperatures have evolved over the past few years, and you can clearly see that now we're living in a rather hot climate. So this this picture perfectly summarizes how climate has different impacts on our health and on our demographics, like people who are young, like children, women and older people, they're at more risk, and even people coming from poor backgrounds, because when let's suppose in Pakistan there's a city called Lahore, and it currently has like worst air quality index in the world. A lot of people, when our air quality index worsens in that city, transition towards a remote working space. But that's not a privilege that everybody has. People who come from underprivileged backgrounds still go out every day. And the sad part is most of those people don't know that the thing that they're breathing in is not fog, it's actually smog. So there are these complex challenges regarding literacy, and then there's policy work that needs to be done and other projects that needs to be done to help these people in the vulnerable community. So it's a really complex landscape. And it's not just that. If you look here, the health systems are also contributing to the emissions, and it's not only hospitals. If you look at the pharmaceutical companies, they're also polluting our environment. And if you look at the larger supply chain of the healthcare systems, you can only see the negative impact just multiplying there. So it's a bi-directional relationship of healthcare and environment, and we need to consider that more as we move forward in advocacy and activism and policy work. Okay, so UNICEF recognizes, and UN and most of the international institute recognize that young people have a really important role to play in social mobilization for climate action, human rights issues, and to achieve inclusion of all, and to represent diverse perspectives that can help us develop solutions that help our environment and help our communities. But when we come to the ground reality, we realize that most of the people, most of these young people, their voices have little impact on actual decision making, because a lot of young people have shared their concerns that they feel that there's no real involvement of their representation in these decision-making processes. They're just used as something that's part of like branding, like they're there for one event, and then there are some pictures that are being taken, and then everybody just says, okay, now pack your bags and go back. So that's true for many advocates around the world, that they're used as nothing more than branding by the government and other international institutes. So this is one of the things that need to be addressed in the larger advocacy space. And then there is insufficient support from the institutes. This is also very true. We are the loudest voices, but I think a lot of people who have never been to COP don't know that you need funding to attend these COP events, and it's not widely available. A lot of young people who actually come from marginalized communities, whose communities are most impacted, struggle a lot with securing this funding. But it's not just funding, it's also securing the badges. Whenever a COP happens, there is one space which is available to officials there's another space for nonprofits, and there's a space open for public. If you go to that conference, you will realize that there's some division there. So for young people to engage with those nonprofit spaces, they need a badge. They can never cross that official barrier, go into the official core where all the decision making actually takes place. You have to be part of the government or a representative from government to be able to go in there and engage in those spaces. So it's a really difficult process, and I always clap for these young people who are able to work so hard and they secure those funding and they secure those badges, because it's not easy. You really need to go around and ask for these things, and they're not easy to come by. So these people that you see in these events, they have fought a lot to be there. So this is a significant issue, and 94% of youth participants say that there's insufficient support for them to be involved in these spaces. And then there's not, these initiatives are not inclusive enough. This is so true. Whenever we talk about any advocacy or policy related stuff at the international spaces on climate activism or anything, we say that we are making it inclusive or anything. But if you are in these spaces, you will realize that you will have to be really loud. And I've observed that people from the Africa region and the South Asia, they're the loudest. They try their best to be represented, and I love that about them. But then I feel sad that a lot of other places like Caribbean and Pacific region, there are youth advocates from there too, but there are very less people from those spaces. And then there's also Southeast Asia. There are some youth advocates which are now becoming prominent from the Latin America too. But I will say that if you're from any of these regions, nobody's going to be, welcoming you. You will have to be loud for your own community. So work your way up and be loud, and ask that you need to be there, you need to be in these platforms, and try to make it inclusive by being loud. Otherwise, there a lot of things are going to stay on the paper, and things will never actually be inclusive enough. And then there's exploitative environments which limit youth participation. So this is true. A lot of the time, the agenda is predetermined, and young people are forced to, just go with this flow and represent this, and you're done with it. That's another thing that needs to be addressed for young people to be better represented, and their context to be better represented in these spaces. Then finally, the lack of harmony and structure. There is actually no formal mechanism. A lot of people, if there is some formal mechanism, a lot of people are unaware of it. So I also stumbled upon Yongo accidentally, and I tell everybody there, why don't a lot of people know about this? You're working this amazing work with many young people engaged around the world. More people deserve to know about this. So I think there's a lot of education related work need to be done there, so that more people come to know of these formal mechanisms and structures through which they can engage in the advocacy. And then now I'm going to discuss some of the projects that I've done. So last year, I offered an online course called Sustainable Healthcare and Medicine under UNESCO Open Education for Better World Initiative. It was an online course and a very introductory course for everybody, so that they could just, get started and familiarize with the topic. There were around 34 participants, mostly healthcare professionals and students. A lot of them had no prior knowledge of sustainable development or SDGs, but after the course completion, they showed interest in exploring sustainable development advocacy and exploring it more from the perspective of education, like diving deep into this topic and maybe engaging in research, policy, or advocacy. So if we address the education gap, a lot of people are willing to get involved. And this is a research project that is going on. It encompasses some of the discussions we had last year and this year. So what we observed is that a lot of healthcare professionals, this is talking about the healthcare professionals who are working in the clinical settings within the hospital or healthcare facilities. It does not primarily mean that they're all from public health backgrounds or social sciences. So a lot of them are in some way familiar with the Sustainable Development or SDGs. They have a very varying level of familiarity because a lot of them lack structured training. So most of them said that they have some introduction to this topic through, let's say, media, social media, or they watch something on YouTube, but that's about it. They mostly lack a structured training, but a lot of them have a strong belief that healthcare workers do have a role in sustainable development advocacy. But then again, they pointed out that there is not enough opportunities or support by formal mechanisms like by government or other institutes in their locality, in their region, which provides them with an opportunity to learn about sustainable development and work on sustainable development within the healthcare sector. So this is an area that we really need to work on too. And another project we ran in Pakistan was a climate resilience campaign. So this was more focused on public. What we did was we designed posters specific to different cities. Within the posters, we had visual representation of the various environmental issues in that city. This is a poster for Islamabad, where I live. And we went out in the public. We engaged with the people who were out daily working in the community, like taxi drivers and laborers and security guards. And so we were lucky. We engaged with everybody in the community. And when we shared these posters with them, they just looked at it and they knew what we were doing, and they were like, yeah, this is an important issue and needs to be addressed. It's impacting our health. We see the smog levels rising every winter, and it impacts our health, and this is something that needs to be addressed. So we also aware them on their environmental rights. And it was great to know that a lot of people do agree that climate change is not a hoax, and it's actually a global concern that needs to be addressed. We also recorded videos for our educational campaign, which will be released later on. But overall, it was a great initiative where we got to know that a lot of people are concerned about environment and they would like it addressed. So some of the key observations that I have observed in my advocacy, since I come from health background, and initially I was not in the climate and health advocacy bubble. I was in the broader climate change advocacy bubble. When I engaged with different advocates there, I realized that a lot of people don't view health as something that's part of the climate movement. They view it as something that's add-on. Even if somebody is coming from climate justice advocacy background or perspective, they have this view that, okay, health, you're a healthcare professional, health is your job. And I'm working on promoting the human rights or voices of the marginalized people. But if you think about it, health is also a human rights issue. So it was something that when through discussions, it was pointed out that I realized that still the broader community views health as something that's add-on to the climate movement, but not like an integral part of it. So I think that's an area we really need to work on and develop a health movement within the climate activism. And then many communities remain either underrepresented or not represented at all. If you are someone from Global South, you may have heard of many developmental projects and many reports by international institutes on your country, and you just read those reports and you're like, okay, they did something. But then when you go to different communities, you realize that those projects were limited by funding, the donors' preferences, and that is also true, somewhat true in activism too. Not everybody is represented in the advocacy, in the activism, in the climate activism. So there's still a lot of work that needs to be done there to make sure that everybody has their voices heard. And you know, when you add in the funding barrier and the other accessibility barriers regarding accreditation, it just really limits those communities from being represented at all. So I would say there's a lot of work that needs to be done in this area. And then finally, the true value lies in local action with local people. Recently, I went to a training in Singapore, and we watched many amazing initiatives that they were doing there regarding climate and environment. But there was one concern in a lot of those initiatives. Local people were not satisfied. They were not happy. The marginalized communities they were trying to help were actually angry. So I would say work with the local people, and that's how you design a better local solution. And that's something that's going to be more valuable than coming from a foreign lens and trying to solve that community's problem without including their people. So create value locally and try to you know, like streamline it to the international spaces, to the international representation. So try to take actions locally with the local people. That's where actual work can be done. And then finally, since I'm partnership co-lead at Yongo Health Working Group, I'll now tell you about Yongo. Yongo is the official children and youth constituency of UNFCCC. We have wide range of working groups, among which we have Yongo Health Working Group, which is mainly working on the health and well-being with respect to climate change. The Yongo broadly is involved in climate change. We are involved in any aspect you can think about climate change, energy, human rights, children, global stocktake, anything. And we are very much engaged in policy advocacy negotiations, capacity building activism, locally, regionally, and internationally. So right now we have a conference going on. It's called Conference of Youth. It's an international climate conference of young people that happens every year right before COP. So this year, COP is at Belém. So it's happening right now in the Belém. Today is the first day of the conference, and if you're going to be traveling to Belém, I would suggest that you visit them. It's going to be happening till the Saturday. So it's a 3-day conference where you will meet different youth advocates from around the world. We have a lot of capacity building sessions that you can engage regarding any topic on climate change that you can think of. And then this is our policy document that we release every year. It's youth demands on the climate change every year. We release it every year right before the COP. This is the scan code. If you want it, you can scan it. It's the Global Youth Statement for this year. So thank you so much. If you want to join Yongo Health Working Group, you can scan this QR code, and you can also you can go to the official website of Yongo. So it will lead you to a link tree. Then you can go to the official website of Yongo, and then you can sign up there, and then you will have onboarding later on. Not in the month of November though, because in November we are really busy with the whole COP and everything. Thank you.
Yeah, now here you go. Thank you very much, Sunaina, for your great presentations, and thank you for sharing your experience and knowledge with us. And actually, I was surprised to read some sentences like health is a distinct movement from climate. I am a health professional as well, and when I talk about planetary health with my peers, I feel quite the same with this environment. So thank you for sharing this, and I rely on this sentence as well. And also with the sentence, true value lies in local actions with local people. So as a researcher, we see more and more the movement for implementing the knowledge in practice. And when I see the sentence, is just saying that, well, sometimes you have a theoretical concept or something, but to really implement, you need to listen to the local values and to people that are actually in the context. So I'm really happy to see these sentences and how we can use it and how we can rely this also in planetary health. Moving on your presentation, on our panel now, I'm delighted to introduce to you Christian. So Christian Marafigo Arpino is a researcher in regenerative industries and planetary health and an entrepreneur. He is the founder and president of the Modular Eco Industry Institute and Solarpunk Brazil, and a researcher at the Planetary Health Brazil Network, affiliated with the Planetary Health Alliance. He is also the organizer of ELICOI 2025 Brazil and ELICOI São Paulo, leading the finance group and knowledge management efforts. So Christian, thank you very much for being here with us today, and the floor is yours. If you can share your screen. Oh, it's already there. Thank you.
Thank you guys. Hello everyone. Sorry for the sounds because I'm actually in a global conference of youth here in Belém. Do you see my screen?
Yes, we see.
Thank you. Okay. So, hello everyone, my name is Christian, and today I will be sharing reflections on how transgenerational education and community-empowered locally assimilation solutions can accelerate a regenerative transformation of our societies. Okay, this is the agenda for today. We will see facing the polycrisis, planetary health, practical education with free knowledge, symbiosis industrial, modularity for regeneration, and educational project perspectives. Okay, we have crossed 7 out of 9 of planetary boundaries. We are in a very serious situation, and this is definitely need to be taught in the schools, just as we should raise awareness and teach in schools how to develop climate adaptation solutions. Here. So the education should be geared toward teaching people to be more autonomously and how they can apply what they have learned to solve real world problems. We see in journals and Hollywood movies several views of the future that is dystopian futures. But does it have to be this way? I believe that the access to knowledge about planetary health and climate adaptation solutions should become a widespread human right that is inalienable to everyone. Everyone should have the right to access the knowledge, and this should be encouraged by law, for example. Here I show this graphic is about regenerative design structures, is about culture, not only environmental issue, but a culture. Sorry. So in education, we can orient the learning process to point a direction to regenerative cultures, because actually, if our world turning on sustainable today, is this is not more that we need to go. We need to go beyond this sustainable. We need regenerative cultures. Another issue is the problem that actually we learn and we teach in high schools and in universities linear economy model. This is a huge problem because we facing the planetary crisis, the poly crisis, and is a fruit that the linear economy gives to us. So we need to educate more people about circular bioeconomy, about ecological economy, for example. What can we make? We pride ourselves that on having already gotten our feet with various areas and knowledge, and made a lot of projects, specific free and open source projects. So here examples. And we are part of international hacker movement, and we organize the RIGOSH, is the first free and open source residence of developed technologies. And this is a model for us for how the education can be generate more autonomously for all people, for example. We organized to the IHAL, was a Brazilian meeting on open and free hardware, and the TechnoX too. So there's a huge event about free and open source technologies in Latin America. Also in São Paulo, actually in the ABC Paulista, we built a free and open source house that we call Week Lab. Is a week house concept that is a step-by-step house building, and the complete assembly of this house was made with all students in our university, and you can check the full documentation online. Only search by Week Lab project. Here we have some examples of pedagogy of autonomy, project-based learning, knowledge for generate more autonomy. The case of 500 RPM Foundation promotes inclusive energy transitions that foster sustainable rural development, and they teach how build a wind turbine for produce locally their own need of the for produce their own energy locally. Another case is Periferia Sustentável, promotes development of sustainable technology and dissemination of knowledge about renewable energy and urban permaculture, like biodigester and water farming. Here, example that I work on is the case of Semente do Plástico. is a community of 1,100 people, and we teach them how build recycling machines, and they have increased gross valuation in your process because they sell a raw material. They pick plastic and sell raw material of the plastic, for example. And only in this case of shredder the plastic, they can sell the same material, but with incrementation of in your process, with a gross valuation, significant gross valuation. But in another example, with the machines that we teach them to how to build, they can sell air glass or sunglasses holders, and in this example have a huge valuation of the gross process because is not about sell raw material anymore. Is about sell final products. For example, here is the project before is a 3D render and after. So we actually working on a model of industrial symbiosis for teaching everyone how bring together different technologies. Uh, for example, uh, include free and open source technologies for recycling, renewable energy, and agroecology that are called, built, documented, and shared. Are those that are documented so that anyone can learn how to build, repair, and use them, and are licensed for study, modification, distribution, and even commercialization. For example, in this image, we have a micro wind turbine that can power plastic recycling machines, a biodigester transform organic waste into biogas and biofertilizer, and the biogas can heat molds for producing low lasting materials, and the biofertilizer, uh, we can use the biofertilizer for the plants food in hydroponic system, for example. So in Modular Eco Industry Institute, we think about how the modularity can elevate the education for uh, transforming our reality in a regenerative way, for example, for integration of human and non-human culture for work together. Here is an image of our near future hub. Actually, we gained the approval for this project in the last week, and now we working on to put this all together and build these machines and tools for for uh, for use for educational purpose in the in the University of Federal in the Federal University of ABC Paulista in São Paulo. Here is another example. All these projects is a free and open source, and we actually start a YouTube channel that we are teaching everyone how build all these machines, for example. And our perspective for planetary health and education and popular regeneration education is bring together regenerative cultures, free knowledge, ecological economics, industrial ecologics to a new model of teaching. It's based on collaboration, and we actually are organizing several fronts for make training, start kits, guides, online videos, teach how build equipments, modes, and how we can use the raw material and the outputs of the production systems in another product system. For example, the symbiosis you enjoy.
Thank you, Christian. I'm sure you presented to us a lot of examples of how to apply knowledge on this area of planetary health, and also these are initiatives that comes from a young person who, and this actually inspires us. So thank you very much for your talk and your presentation. We move forward now for this, the next presenter, which is Monisha Shinthala. So Monisha Shinthala is a resident dentist in Bengaluru in India. She has more than 6 years of diverse leadership experience in youth organizations, such as Rotaract, International Association of Dental Students, and now she is serving as the Assistant Director for Interdisciplinary at Planetary Health Report Card, sorry. And she has a strong interest in climate change and sustainability in healthcare, aiming to minimize the environmental impact of traditional dental practices. And she believes in taking a holistic approach to oral healthcare, using preventative measures, awareness, and education on oral health, and its relation with general health. Monisha, thank you very much for accepting to be with us here today, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Louis, for that warm welcome. Is my screen visible and am I audible?
Yes to both.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So, hi everyone, Ola from halfway across the world. My name is Monisha and I'm a practicing dentist here in Bengaluru, India. And I'm a part of a wonderful initiative called the Planetary Health Report Card. And I will be talking to you today about how the report card makes an impact, how we can use it as a tool to integrate planetary health into healthcare education. So a little bit about planetary health. Just a second here. Is the slide changing?
Yes.
It is. There's just a slight lag, but
No
please
problem.
proceed.
Yes, thank you for that. So a little bit about our initiative. So we just recently got our 501 registration in New York, but the initiative is about 7 years old now, and it is basically a metric-based evaluation of healthcare education across healthcare professional schools around the world, and also just doesn't evaluate the curriculum or just the educational aspect, but also the overall experience as a student in that university. So because your entire university experience develops you as a healthcare professional. So it's very important that we evaluate everything and see how it's contributing to planetary health and sustainability as general. And the reason why this is a need-based tool is it is framed in such a way that you can find out the shortcomings in your university and you can identify the gaps within your curriculum and your university to see where there are areas of improvement. So it's a perfect tool for you to see where you're going wrong, where you're going right, what areas need improvement, and what areas you're doing pretty well. So that's a little bit about the initiative. So these are just a couple of goals that we have for this year. Mainly, it still remains as a need-based assessment tool for planetary health education across all the healthcare schools across the world. Right now, we are focusing to recruit more schools in the global south, because as Sunena has mentioned in her presentation kindly previously, a lot of indigenous communities and the global south is one of these vulnerable areas where the highest population exists and also are unequally affected by the effects of climate change. So we feel like the need is more urgent for those schools to adapt more quickly. So that is why it is one of our goals. Another goal is also to integrate interdisciplinary collaboration across all disciplines. So planetary health and climate change requires transdisciplinary action. And within the healthcare fraternity, there are various disciplines from medicine and like alternative medicine and paramedical degrees and allied health professionals. And we need everyone to work together to ensure that we make an impact. And we also have a ton of data, so we do want to make use and publish some evidence so that we can use that as advocacy at policy levels. So that's just a brief about our goals. So the need for immediate action. So climate change is happening now. And I think we try to reinforce this every year at COP, pre-COP, and even the Conference of Youth. But governments don't seem to get the idea, unfortunately. And the worst part is climate change is impacting our health right now. Like I mentioned, it's not just unequal, it's happening everywhere. The global north, the global south, lower income countries, higher income countries, everyone is affected by it, especially our health. And there's research and data, and there's a lot of evidence. There's no shortcomings of proof to prove this point, but we need urgent action now. And that is why we require, and especially for healthcare workers, there's two aspects to how climate change is related to health. So number one is how climate change is affecting the health of us and everyone around us. And the other factor is how healthcare as an industry is contributing to global emissions. So the Lancet studies prove it all right. We are already almost too late, honestly, and it is already affecting our healthcare systems, already affecting our health, and we need to act right now. Including the emissions that we produce, there are some studies that indicate that, yes, we are getting slowly lesser, but the awareness still needs to be larger. And healthcare does produce a lot of greenhouse gases and a lot of waste. And we are not a carbon neutral or a carbon positive industry. So we need to take care of that as well. So coming to the reach of the Planetary Health Report Card, we started in the year 2019 when one of our founders, she was going to her university. She's a medical student and she was going to the university during the California fires, and she had to pass through all the disaster that was happening at that point. And she used to just walk through the smog and smoke and then go to university. And then she used to see the ton of patients that are there because of the effects of the smog and the pollution and the wildfires. So this inspired her, along with about 10 medical schools in the US, to form this report card or an evaluation tool to see what we are doing as healthcare workers to address it. Are we well prepared to address the impacts of health that is caused by climate change, and are we really doing our part to reduce emissions from the healthcare industry as well? So from 2019, which started off with just medical schools in just the United States, to today, 2025, we have our reach across 188 schools across 20 countries, almost in every continent. But again, we do look forward to more global South participations. And the best part is we've expanded to 10 healthcare disciplines. So coming to the leadership structure of the Planetary Health Report Card, we are mostly just students. It's a completely student-led initiative, from the leadership to the people who are filling up the report cards. So our leadership constitutes of either current students or students who have just graduated. And recently we've formed this framework of 3 different verticals to manage the leadership of our organization. So we have the operations team that take care of all the data, the finances, all the communications, and all other admin activities. And then since medicine has been so well developed, a majority of our schools are medicine. So medicine itself has its own vertical that are led by regional leads. So we do have one member of our leadership getting in touch with schools from each and every country. So suppose India, UK, US have their own regional leads, and also a lead who's in charge of recruiting new countries as well. So coming to the interdisciplinary vertical, which I'm the assistant director of, we deal with everything that is not medicine. So as we mentioned, we have 10 disciplines and 9 of them are non-medical. So currently we have these disciplines and report cards ready. So that is about the interdisciplinary report card. And to promote interdisciplinary collaborations, I will be getting into that in the next few slides. And since we are registered as a 501c recently, we do have a board of directors comprising of past leaders and change makers in this industry. We have, I think we'll get to the leadership as well. So these are just the directors and co-directors. So each vertical has a director and co-director each, and this is our wonderful team. And this is our entire leadership team comprising of operations team members, regional leads, and discipline leads. And as you can see, we have global representation from almost each and every continent. And this just gives us a global insight into how planetary health education is getting implemented all across the globe, the challenges, the benefits, and it's just an amazing opportunity to interact with peers with like-minded thoughts and beliefs across the world. So coming to our board of directors, so they just help maintain the operations and overall functionality and major decision making of our organization. So coming to the main structure of the PHRC. So PHRC stands for Planetary Health Report Card, and it is a report card. So it is made up of 5 different sections. So coming to the 5 different sections, the first section is Planetary Health Curriculum, which deals with curriculum-specific aspects of how planetary health is integrated into our medical or dental education. And all these sections have something called a metric, which is like a question, as you can see the example on the screen. So it just addresses a question against how your school is doing, and then we have a point-based marking, and then overall we calculate all these points, and then we award a grade to each institution. And we will also be dealing with how much of an improvement we've had over the past few years. So yes, coming back to the structure. So Section 1 deals with the curriculum. Section 2 deals with how well interdisciplinary research is happening within the university. Because again, planetary health is a transdisciplinary research. It doesn't involve pure clinical research. It is more of an interdisciplinary subject. So we just want to evaluate if that is happening at your university. Section 3 is community outreach and advocacy. Like our speakers have mentioned in the panel before, indigenous communities and different parts of the communities are affected differently. So we want to make sure that are the schools doing enough to reach all the members of society, all the members of the community, and also are they doing their part to help the community other than the whatever the college prescribes or the university prescribes, and are they advocating it at a community level and advocating for their patients and their community. So number 4, coming to the most important part according to me, is support for student-led planetary health initiatives. So the first 3 sections sort of deal with what the university is doing, but section 4 deals with if the university is supporting students to involve themselves and advocate and take action within the planetary health space. And section 5 deals with campus sustainability, as in is your Are they divesting from fossil fuel companies? Are they investing in renewables? Is your university sustainably procuring materials and items? So all this is covered under campus sustainability. So like I mentioned, we have a lot of disciplines, and to make sure we collaborate within all disciplines, we have recently made the metrics in sections 2 to 5 same across all disciplines. So section 1 deals with the curriculum section, which is individual to each discipline. So dentistry's section 1 will look different from veterinary medicine section 1, because definitely there are 2 different disciplines and it covers a completely different curriculum. But sections 2 to 5 address the institution as a whole. So this ensures that interdisciplinary collaboration happens across the university. So most of the countries follow a similar pattern where there's one institution / universities that have different departments, like the Department of Dentistry or School of Dentistry, School of Medicine. So we want all these students to collaborate, and that is what together our combined voices are really meaningful, and we can make a difference together. So these are the 10 disciplines that we have report cards in, and we also are working on the pilot for speech and language therapy, graduate medical education, and also optometry. So if anyone is interested to include this sort of framework within your discipline, please get in touch with us. I will be sharing my personal details at the end of the slideshow. And right now, however, we are focusing mainly on healthcare disciplines where it's affecting disciplines that are ready to face patients. So, but we are looking forward to expanding our reach, and we're always ready to have a chat. So if anyone is interested, please get in touch with us. And again, the process of how we introduce new discipline cards is we ensure that there's a standard framework. We do have a guide for that. So every time a new discipline wants to start their vertical within the PHRC, you need to have sufficient literature to back your metrics, especially in the curriculum section. So the links between your discipline and climate change and how it's affecting need to be at least implied, if not established within the research. And we also have a format. So that's a whole new procedure, and it takes a lot of time. That's why we're a completely volunteer, student-led organization. We don't have that much capacity right now to expand, but it is in the works, so please do get in touch. So coming to the process and the timeline in general, so we usually start in July, where we recruit leadership members across the 3 verticals. And then during October, we do reach out to schools. So universities that are interested, we send out emails, we contact students that have participated in the past, and we make sure whoever is on board and interested to continue. This is an annual cycle, so it happens every year. We publish report cards every year. So we recruit students every year, and we expect students to fill up a report card on an annual basis. So in October, we also hold an orientation session that happened 2 weeks ago. If anyone is interested, please get in touch with me. We have the orientation recorded, so we can share that. Since we are still at the beginning of our starting phase in our cycle, if anyone is interested, please feel free to get in touch with us. We'll be happy to have you on board. So once the orientation is over, we encourage schools to recruit teams, and teams are led by school leads. And the school leads are a point of contact from the leadership team and the schools. And schools work on their individual report cards to fill up the metrics and all the sections and grade. And then we expect the first draft around February 2nd week, where the leadership team will again go through all the draft to ensure that all the formatting is equal and everything is standardized and up to our mark. And then we submit our final drafts in March. And after the final draft is submitted, we compile all the reports, convert them into PDFs, and then we have a website where we publish all the reports on Earth Day, which is on 22nd April. So we have a lot of help. We have research, we have partnerships. So we are partnered with a lot of medical associations to help us spread the word and recruit. We also have fundraising opportunities and communications. And right now we are working on data extraction because we have 6 years of data, and to analyze it and publish reports as well. So if you can just take a screenshot or take a picture of this, we have something called a Slack community. This is a platform where we have our Planetary Health report card community divided into different disciplines, and everyone who's participating or has participated in the past, plus the leadership, everyone is united on one platform. So everything PHRC, you can get in touch with us, and please join Slack and our community. And you could also subscribe to our newsletter. So you can just scan this QR code. So we have a monthly newsletter publishing, again, everything planetary health, sustainable education, and PHRC. So coming to the impact of PHRC, in the last year's cycle, we have completed around 188 schools have published their cards, but 111 were schools that have participated in the past, and 100 of them have improved their scores. So almost every school that we have seen that has done consecutive cards has 100% had an improvement, and they use this tool to create real change in their university. So be it the curriculum, be it campus sustainability, maybe starting a student club. These are a few of examples that I've quoted in my slide. So you can see the first example and the second example. The first one has been from the faculty's end, where students, this university, when they participated in the first year, they didn't have all this. So after participating in our initiative for the first year, they realized what their scope could be and how exactly to integrate planetary health education within the curriculum. So they got a higher score. They integrated it across the entire university, all 5 years. And I think it's pretty well integrated, and I'm very happy to see this. And also the second example is how a student club that is completely student-led, no faculty involvement at all, they hold lectures in sustainability to everyone. It's a compulsory subject in biomedical sciences, and they hold lectures. So you just can see how empowered students are, and they're doing this all by themselves. Self-motivation and perseverance and just adaptation to adapt to the problems. And a lot of other, you can see the examples. So serving the community, ensuring their campus is sustainable. So I was part of, so when I got first introduced to the Planetary Health report card, my alma mater, we went through the report card and we saw areas of improvement. And honestly, my university scored a 0 because we did not fulfill any of the criteria, but we took that as a challenge. And I was the founder of my university's first student club, and it was a Planetary Health student club, and it's running 3 years. I've graduated, and it's all run by students, and they're self-sustaining the club. And I'm very happy to see that this is the impact what the report card brings into schools across all disciplines, across all countries. So coming to the challenges, it is very challenging to integrate this without that much help. So the main issue with medical schools or healthcare schools across the world is that we already have a pretty intense curriculum, which students barely have time to catch up with their curriculum, catch up on exams and assignments. So maybe inclusion of planetary health education would be viewed as an extra subject that isn't really taught in detail, even if it is included, and it isn't very important in the examination point of view. So students just tend to ignore it, even if it is included, because there's already a lot of intensive and important portion of the curriculum. And also, we've seen places where students are interested, even faculty are interested, but they don't have the awareness or they don't have the capacity to educate at a certain level that is impactful to the students. So it's a huge lack of awareness, and we need to work on that as well. And there is a lack of international or national standardization on how to integrate these subjects or these topics into the education. So a framework on a national or international level would definitely benefit, but unfortunately not all of us have it. An example would be Australia. The Australian Dental Council does have a metric or a criteria saying that students or universities must include sustainable topics within their education. So this is a great example for other countries and other nations to include frameworks within their curriculum development. So coming to bureaucratic barriers for change, me coming from India, our education system is centrally controlled or controlled by the state. So trying to get this integration is going to be a huge challenge, because it's not, the power doesn't reside with the students, it doesn't reside with our university also, it resides with the medical council or the dental council. So we need to make our voices very loud at that level, and that is very challenging. And also we've seen a lot of general disinterest, like mentioned in the previous slides by Sunena as well. A lot of people don't really understand the links between climate change and health. And it is very much linked, and there is a lot of evidence. It's just that lack of awareness and just general disinterest. And people don't understand the urgency, because it is affecting us right now. Heat waves, climate disasters are disrupting healthcare systems, provision for healthcare, and also health itself. So we need to make people aware of that, because evidence exists. So that is another challenge as well. And again, institutions sometimes don't give enough power to students. Students are the power of the university and the institutions, and the youth is the future. So we are trying to protect our future by solving all these problems. And it's really important for these institutions to support us and support our enthusiasm when we're trying to make a change. And that unfortunately doesn't happen in a lot of places. So these are a couple of challenges. And to overcome these challenges, definitely, I'll go step by step. So since the curriculum is already so intensive, some ideas could be to integrate it already. Yes, Louis.
Yeah, Manisha, I am sorry. I'll have to ask you to do your final remarks so we can go forward. Is that okay?
Yes, that's okay. I'm so sorry for taking your time. So yes, these are just the challenges. And like I mentioned, students are the power, and we do have a metric called civic engagement, and we need to advocate as healthcare professionals to our citizens, to our patients, to our society. And we are in the right place as students to make this change. So these are just a couple of resources where you can find sustainable education materials from. If you can just take a picture or note them down. And that's the end of my presentation. These are my details. And please do get in touch with us if you want to participate in the Planetary Health Report Card Initiative. And if you're looking to expand into a discipline that's not there already, please feel free to email me.
And now we move forward to the next speaker, which is Luis Gustavo Arruda. Luis Gustavo Arruda has a background in biological science and a PhD focused on outdoor environment education in the Bioscience Institute of the University of São Paulo. He contributed to the development of the Brazilian Planetary Health Club and the Food Detectives Project. He participated in the Brazilian Ambassadors Program from the Planetary Health Brazil Network in 2022 and in the Planetary Health Ambassadors Program from the Planetary Health Alliance in 2023. He's part of the Next Generation Youth Council at the Planetary Health Alliance, collaborating in the Youth Engaging Subcommittee. He is also part of the Planetary Health Brazil Network, acting within the Education Interdisciplinary Working Group. Thank you very much, Luis.
Thank you, Luis, for such a kind introduction. And also I wanted to extend and express my gratitude to the whole organization for this amazing event, and also the previous panelists. I'm amazed by your works and your presentations. It's going to be a tough challenge to advance in this discussion, but yeah, I really wanted to focus in basic schools on how these youth, teens, or children might engage in providing and promoting change and healthy planets. Planetary health and planetary and healthy communities also. So just to start our discussion, I wanted to invite you to take a part in this icebreaker. You can access it through this QR code or also in the menti.com using this code. Luis, may I ask for your kindness in sharing this link, not only in YouTube chat, but also the Zoom. Thank you very much for the participation. So I wanted to actually reflect, share a few reflections. I've been, well, gathering around this, my trajectory. That is related on the social interdisciplinary connections to nature and how nature conceptions might be related to food systems, particularly in Brazil. And after these assumptions, I'm going to talk a bit about the Food Detectives project and how it's being promoting bottom-up changes towards systemic, bottom-up paths towards systemic change we are craving for in the planetary health lens. So we've been talking a lot about protecting nature and how this is actually protecting ourselves. Earlier today, Elena told us, and we're not talking about climate change, we are talking about this everything change. And well, I wanted to start my speech reflecting on actually what we are talking about when we talk about nature. Which nature should we protect? And actually, what is protecting it? Who is responsible for protecting the nature and how it might be done? Obviously, we had many examples, but I'm going to advocate about the schools, the basic schools role and the youth role in this kind of action. So, yeah, for starting this discussion, I wanted to say that, well, that's not a quite novel discussion. Think about how to shift our social behaviors toward nature. I mean, we had this pivotal work by Rachel Carson, who stated after the Green Revolution, how the spring became silent. For this, she means how the birds were not singing anymore, how the many technologies that were implemented in the agricultural field have been changing the environment and how it became perceptible on the birds singing. That's an ecological chain. But yeah, it was a widespread and it's widely acknowledged at first public debate on this kind of topic on the global change. Well, concerning this everything change, there are many other authors, and I wanted to bring Henrique Leff's perspectives because he addresses really accurate, in a real accurate way how this is all connected. And he relates the sustainability, but also with epistemology, on power issues and politics. And this is what his work is about. And I wanted to bring his thoughts for us to reflect in a transdisciplinary perspective. What are the values? What are the values towards the sustainability or the great transition, or how schools relate these values and how to address them? For this, obviously, I have this background in environmental education teaching, and I wanted to pose this Lucie Salvé work. And she actually studied many environmental education activities. She related how these environmental education activities had different conceptions towards the environment. And these different conceptions toward the environment or nature directed the aims of the environmental education action, its dominant approaches and examples of strategies. But particularly what I wanted to focus is what we conceive as environment or as nature. And I'm really curious to see the word cloud. Yeah, we can see everything amazing. Earth and all life, essential, that's a complex system that's endangered. Well, I'm gonna share other thoughts, and I think some new perspectives might emerge. And by this, I mean, well, we have this really strong background in Brazilian culture, particularly on indigenous heritage and how to relate, how this kind of knowledge relates with the environment. And I wanted to bring in Eduardo Neves' work. He's a Brazilian archaeologist. He studied ancient people in the Amazon, particularly indigenous people. And again, I'm not going to go through the whole quotes, but I wanted to highlight these particular topics, that traditional populations in the Amazon, they took actions that transformed nature. So the nature we conceive and we see today as the Amazon is not a strictly apart place from the society. Those strategies, as Neves says, can be called agroforestry, and their practice is known among distinct groups. So there were many groups in the Amazon who were connecting the resources provision with the sustainability of the forest as we know it today. He says that this was made to such an extent that perhaps the Amazonia must be considered a biocultural heritage and not just a natural heritage. And well, that's not the kind of heritage we've been practicing today. This data, well, I wanted to bring this in because it relates with the food systems, and it's related to our major emission, which is kind of 70% of our emissions in 2024 were related to changes in land and forests, how the land usage has been changing. And this is majorly related to agricultural sector, particularly through crops and livestock activities. So this is our current practice towards the environment as a society in Brazil. So yeah, I know these were many informations, and just a quick recap in two major points. The first point, what we think of nature might define or actually defines how we relate to it, and that the indigenous conceptions for action in nature as means for connecting not only the resources provision, but also the alternatives for our current framework in the food system. And well, how this relates to schools, right? This means that, well, protecting nature means shifting our view from this static biological heritage to a co-created biocultural heritage. I mean, we have to act in the environment. For me, nature is a place for action. In environmental education, we talk a lot about this, that environment is a place for acting and for social transformation towards social justice. So yeah, the main idea which I'm going to talk about when introducing the Food Detectives project is talking and trying to address how public schools are key sites for immediate action. And obviously it is important to think about the professional development, but school projects and basic school projects are places and spaces for acting in the environment. So yeah, I wanted to introduce the Food Detectives project real quick in this last 3 minutes I have. It was a network project. It started from our Brazilian Planetary Health Club with huge support by the Brazilian network, namely Professor Saraiva. Well, I would say he not only supported, but also had solidarity with our Planetary Health Club. And well, I'm so glad to say that the Food Detectives project also is a part of the Growing Green Hearts ebook. It's in the chapter 2. So yeah, with our huge network, we conceived the skill community as nature. So our place for action is the school community. For this, the citizen science approach is the mean for gathering data, and while the children are gathering data, they're also learning and science making through these standardized protocols. I have to mention that in Brazil, we have a national unified health system actually, and it has a protocol for monitoring health system food security state in the territories. And that's the same protocol that our national health system uses. We translated to school through not only the Planetary Health Education Framework, but also our national learning curricular goals for basic schools. So we related the planetary health education framework with our national curriculum to address this kind of data gathering inside the schools. You raise? Okay. I'm about to finish. Just a few more details on the food detectives project. So what's the most interesting part is that not only by using this standardized protocol, we managed to connect the schools with policymaking directly. It started with a few professional development course for teachers, a 30-hour course. It was held online. We had different cohorts for teachers. We have printed material, and it's really attracting for children to take part in the discussions. They are carried, it has many texts because we understand that reading is an important skill for developing in basic schools, and reading about planetary health and nutrition and promoting healthy and sustainable food systems is the kind of reading we want our children to engage. In this photo down here, there was this moment which local council in the municipal food council took part in directly in a school discussion. And well, that was pretty amazing that this council managed to connect the school results for the data gathering directly to the São Paulo House of Deputies, which the results gathered by children was presented in a formal policy-making place. So these were a few references. I said, thank you very much for the space.
Thank you very much. From Luis to Luis, I can say that that was great. Thank you. And let me now introduce our next guest, which is David Agreto. David Agreto is a youth education specialist at the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, acting in the Office of Youth and Women at the World Food Forum Youth Initiative. He's currently pursuing a PhD in Education for Sustainable Development at the Universidad Politécnica de Madrid. At work, his role involves piloting a schools project and a community of agri-food system educators. David's advocacy efforts focus on youth empowerment, engaging with students and educators. David, thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Professor Espanol, and a warm thanks to Learning for Sustainability Scotland, the University of São Paulo, and the Planetary Health Alliance for the kind invitation. It's a pleasure to be with you today and to contribute on behalf of the FAO's Office of Youth and Women. And to be transparent, this discussion cannot come at a more important time. As we move towards COP30, education is emerging as one of the most strategic yet underutilized levers to build healthy planet and healthy people. To navigate you through the work that I do and my job, in the next slides, you're able to see a bit more of an overview about the office. So moving to the next slide, please. We see that the Office of Youth and Women is actually the institutionalization efforts of two committees, the Food and Agriculture Organization's Committee on Youth and Women. The overall scope is to empower and gives agency to youth, in particularly young women, in advancing agri-food system transformation and rejuvenation worldwide. To do so, our mission, as we see in the next slide, is to empower youth for a better food future. To do so, we work around different programs. In the next slide, we're able to see the structure of our office, just to give you a glance. At the core of the work that we do, we have the Youth Assembly that serves as a premier platform for the structure and systematic engagement of young people in governance space, developing recommendation and solutions to inform national and intergovernmental policy procedure to drive problematic actions. To do that, the Youth Assembly is actually supported by the Youth Innovation Lab and the Youth Education Program where I work. In the Youth Innovation Lab, my colleague empower young people and young innovators by providing them with access to visibility, capacity development, and of course, funding to develop, elevate, or scale high solution to address agri-food system challenges. While in the youth education program, we provide students with the solutions for their learning journey from kindergarten to actually tertiary level of education for their entire knowledge journey. To do the work that we do in the Youth Assembly and in the other programs, of course, it's important to create a level of awareness. And this is possible through the work of our youth culture team that inspires and empower youth as a primary guardians of food culture through tangible and intangible cultural heritage. And our work, of course, needs to have a transformative component that is very much seen in the work of the local youth action team through the creation of youth-led platforms that we call national chapter. And on the next slide, we can actually see how all around the world, we have this decentralized platform completely led by young people where the work that we do is extended at the local level in all these different countries. But as we are seriously taking into consideration the role of education, let me tell you more about the work that we do in the youth education program in the next slide. In the youth education program, as I mentioned before, we're looking at mainly three different age groups. The first one is children. We move to adolescents, and then, of course, young people. And according to the United Nations, young people is a group of people aged from 18 to 35 years old. When it comes to children and adolescents, we are using the Youth and UN Global Alliance framework, the YUNGA framework, to empower children and adolescents to learn about agri-food system, but also to start the conversation in their mind that they can really see it in the future at the right table where the decision-making process is happening, and they can really be the future agents of change. And to do that, we develop different programs, and I'm myself working towards the development of a school engagement approach, and I was actually very inspired by the presentation of the other colleagues. When it comes to the work with young people, one flagship initiative is, of course, our agri-food leadership education program, ALEP program. And this is equipping youth with the skills, the mentorship, and the resources to lead the local agri-food initiatives and projects to drive impact in their communities and institutions. And all this work is supported by one body, our very own Workforce Forum Global Educators Network. This is a community of practice of formal and non-formal agri-food system educators that are provided not only with the capacity, but also with the opportunities to share knowledge and co-create outputs. And actually, in the next slide, I'm very happy to give you an overview of the work that we do with the Global Educators Network. The Global Educators Network is structured around these four main pillars. The first that we see here is the Global Discussion Platform. This is a space where the educators, through weekly prompt and through free engagement, can exchange ideas and comment and discuss priority about the work that we do in the community of educators, basically on a daily basis or weekly basis when they engage with the people from our office. We also provide them with the second pillar, the Teachers Lab. This is our online learning space where the educators are invited through the work with the technical offices of the FAO to learn more about agri-food system related related topic. But of course, as a very good community of practice, it's fundamental to exchange ideas in a structured, systematic, and comprehensive way. And this is where the network meeting comes handy. And the overall scope of these communities, of course, to create educational recommendations. And these educational recommendations can look like two different elements. The first one is the policy recommendation, looking more into the integration of educators' voices into the policy intergovernmental spaces, or when it's possible, national spaces, or the creation as the second element of learning resources. And as I was saying, this conversation that we're having today as we move towards COP30 comes actually in a very important time. And the work that we have done with the Global Educators Network is also looking at the upcoming COP30. In the next slide, I'm more than happy to give you an overview of the work that we have done with our modular approach in the Global Educators Network on our road to COP30. So one of our efforts in the community is, of course, to localize more the work that we do. And to do that, we created an approach that is localizing the efforts of the Educators Network in the Latin American and the Caribbean region. So this road to COP30 model, educational model, was looking at the COP30 priorities. So through our first session, our Teachers Lab, we had a series of thematic experts that gave an overview to our educators on these 6 areas that you see here below, detail in this pink table. And these areas are actually also aligning with the thematic days of COP30, making sure that the educators will be then commenting and brainstorming on what are actually these current COP30's priorities, spanning from adaptation and resilience in agri-food system to gender, youth, inclusion, and education for climate action. Our second session in this modular approach has been our network meeting, a working group that consolidated the recommendation and prioritized the action and perspectives from our educators. And the outputs when it comes to the education policy recommendation have just been breathtaking and extremely stimulating intellectually. The recommendation developed by the Workful Forum Educators Network member are stating very clearly the need of recognizing education as a driver of a just transition in agri-food health, the integration of the intersection of agriculture and food systems into national curricula, and when it's possible at the regional level as well. And there was a clear reference to the inclusion of young people, women, indigenous people, and persons with disability in decision-making processes and financing spaces. There was a huge also endorse and highlightement of the importance of ensuring finding, equipment, and infrastructures for school and community project. And overall, there was a very good pressure on the importance of promoting multi-sectoral alliance. Moving to our next slide, I just want to give you here some numbers to give you an overview of how many people and how we have engaged overall in our office. More than 30,000 young leaders have been engaged this year during all the programs and work that we do at the Workful Forum Youth Initiatives. More than 2,500 educators have been connected through the work that we do in the Educators Network, and more than 16 plus youth from more than 180 countries have been consulted in our different processes. I want to read all the numbers on this slide because they speak for themselves, but let me conclude my presentation being very aware of the time, saying that if we are serious about planetary health, we must look beyond curriculum content and see education as a system that shapes how people think, feel, and act in relation to the world around them, considering the education not just about transferring knowledge, but about cultivating agency, system thinking, and a sense of interdependence with the natural worlds. And this basically means equipping learners from very early childhood to adulthood with the mindset and the competencies to understand the connections between climate, food, biodiversity, and health, and then indeed act for them, with them, making sure that the current young people are not just considered as the future generation of leader, but the present and current group of decision maker. And with that, I also would like to thank again for the invitation, everyone. Leaving you on this slide with some of our global partners. And just going to the next slide, you will also be able to see, even at the next one, you will also just be able to see our contact in the case you would like to engage more with education-related initiatives at the FAO Office of Youth and Women, or with myself specifically. And let me also say hi to all my colleagues watching from the Rome headquarters. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David. Thank you very much for your presentation. And actually, thank you all for your very inspiring presentation and talk. And we are now moving to the Q&A session. And I would like to start with this one, which is the question was directly made for Sunaina. And then I would like to invite also Monisha to the conversation, because I think it's also related to her talk. So the question is, you mentioned that climate and health are different movements. In your experience, do you agree that health and climate must be taken together? And then there is a comment after that says, in fact, the Healthy Hospital Project used as its motto for its recent report the phrase, health is climate and climate is health. So could you comment on that? Maybe you can start with Sunaina first.
Okay. So I believe it's true. I agree with the thing that climate and health should be taken together, and that climate is health and health is climate. If you're familiar with social determinants of health, climate is an integral part of it. Climate can destroy our environment, insecure our food systems, which are like source of our existence, destroy our home, make us sick. You can literally get lung cancer. I believe climate and health should be taken together right now, and that we need to work on health activism and integrate it into the climate activism, because right now we are going towards a shift where we are integrating these technologies like AI and blockchain. They have really bad impacts on our environment, but people are working on making them greener. And I think healthcare is going to adopt those technologies very soon too, because there is this thing with the governments. Whenever they see some trend that benefits the corporate, they're like, we want to jump on it too. So we are going to see that shift. Right now, we're talking that AI is having, a negative impacts on environment, and that's because public are using it. Imagine hospitals using it, and hospitals are going to use it so much when they're going to use it, and that's going to have much more environmental impact. So I think it's a great transition period to consider climate and health, and really carry both things, both perspective, like from the healthcare systems perspective, work on greener technologies, and from the community's perspective, community's health perspective, capacity building of healthcare system, healthcare professional is something that we can work on to build better healthcare systems. And since we're right now recovering from the damage done by the pandemic, so I think right now is a perfect opportunity to move ahead, especially in the global south, to build better healthcare systems for the future. Otherwise, if we continue with the old ways, problems are only going to multiply. So right now is like the perfect time to take everything together and work on it. and build the momentum. Because if we do not do it now, the governments are going to jump on the AI thing. They're going to jump on the blockchain thing. Blockchain is going to be integrated into medical records. That's what most of the solutions talk about. And those two are really bad for environment. People are working on making them greener, but if you push to the government that, hey, make it green, work on the policy, work on the projects. You yourself can work on healthcare-based solutions. Just collaborate with somebody in technology, so another person in the environment, and work on these solutions yourself. Pitch them to the investors, and they will be willing to invest their money. So I would say that take initiative now. Right now is the best time to work on healthcare systems which are going to be sustainable, which are going to be really addressing the need right now and in the future. So I believe climate and health should go hand in hand. Health is our basic human right, so we should take both these things together.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Sunaina. And I will also invite Monisha to the discussion, but I will add a second question to you, Monisha, that happened here. So together with your thoughts about the previous question, could you also add some highlights on this one? How to see the possibility to expand PHRC to areas other than health education?
Yes, I very much resonate with what Sunaina said. So whatever she said, it's completely valid. So health is the environment and environment is the health. I'm so sorry. So if we have a healthy climate and a healthy environment, we will be healthy. And if we are healthy, the environment will be healthy. So if you see it in a cyclic pattern, climate change or damages to the environment does cause repercussions on our health, like air pollution, pollution in general, and damages to our healthcare system because of natural disasters, etc. And again, if more people are unhealthy, the more the burden will fall on healthcare systems. And currently, we do not have 100% sustainable healthcare system as well. Healthcare also causes damage to the environment. So it's all interconnected. One cannot do without the other. So both are important, and we need to make sure that both the challenges are tackled at the same time. And coming to the next question, can PHRC be integrated into other disciplines? Definitely. Like I mentioned, planetary health is a topic that requires transdisciplinary action. For example, in the case of dentistry, we use a lot of materials, a lot of dental materials like fillings, anesthesia, a lot of plastics and everything. So for dentistry to perform sustainably, we need our entire life cycle to be sustainable. And our entire life cycle does not just depend on medicines or a healthcare discipline, it has all other disciplines as well. So everyone needs to work sustainably, everyone needs to be educated about sustainability, and all platforms need to integrate a similar framework such as the Planetary Health the Planetary Health Report Card. Right now, PHRC has been tailored towards healthcare professionals, but we are planning to collaborate with other stakeholders to ensure we do it the right way when we are expanding to other disciplines. So maybe the metrics would change, definitely, and even the sections will be named different, but we plan to do it with the same theme, with some changes, and we do need a lot of expert feedback. So if you are an expert in your individual discipline and you would like to collaborate, please get in touch with me. We are looking towards developing this, and we want to do it right, so that our quality is maintained and our initial goals and aims are maintained as well.
Very much for your inputs. Oh, I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry, I get on the wrong mic. Now I think it's okay. Sorry. Moving on, I would like to highlight a quote from the audience before going to the next, and I think almost the last question, which is, it was fascinating, Luis, I love the idea of biocultural heritage and recognizing the interconnections between ecosystems and human values. Thank you so much for your insights. Also to David, congrats, inspiring work. And then we have a question for you, David. How to increase participation in the WFF education program? How could you engage Brazilian into it?
Yes, thank you so much for the question. I've linked into the chat some relevant link that I hope can also go on YouTube to engage in different activities that we're currently developing in the youth education program. But when it comes to engaging with Brazilians, specifically learners and educators, different strategies should be, culturally grounded and collaborative. So I would suggest that our very good first step for any Brazilians that want to engage more in the space is, of course, collaborating more with Brazilian universities, NGOs, and public education networks, particularly those active in environmental education and sustainable rural development, for example. And there are many successful examples and stories in sustainable food systems to create a sense of ownership and pride. And when it comes to localizing and engaging more with a specific community of people from one specific country, I also find extremely interesting developing language materials in the language of the country. So in this case, develop Portuguese language materials and peer learning space, ensuring these equitable access for all the region, including the rural and marginalized communities. I would say these first 3 steps are definitely a good way into the system to then move more into the UN space through the engagement initiatives that we do. So I hope the link will be shared broadly, because we have many upcoming initiatives and also many calls for application that will be opening soon.
Yeah, thank you very much, David, for sharing these thoughts with us. And now I have the last question. This question is for all of you. So those who want to collaborate on this, you are more than welcome. Are there any outcomes you hope to see at COP30 on the issue? So please be free to add your thoughts. So anyone would like to answer that?
I think I'll go first. So COP last year did have a talk about how health professionals must take action because our industry is equally responsible and impacted by climate change. So I hope there is some more certainty, some more framework, maybe some agreement from all the countries, especially.
Add on that, if that's okay. I would like to see the recognition of education as a core climate solution. I would say that educators especially want to see formal acknowledgement that education, training, and knowledge system are not side issues, but actually central to climate resilience and just transitions. These include integrating explicitly into nationally determined contribution and adaptation strategies.
That's really great. Thank you for your thoughts, David.
Of course.
Anyone else?
May I build on David's thoughts, but actually I wanted to ask Sunaina for her contribution, and I'll say after her.
Okay, so I would say I hope they do something about funding this year. Last year, a lot of people were disappointed with what was agreed upon, and then this year we saw USAID was suspended, and a lot of traditional donors also changed their priorities, so that not only hurt the climate funding, but health funding around the world too. So I hope they do something about that and discussed it comprehensively and really build some prominent systemic mechanism that ensures that those funding goes to the marginalized communities. So I'm just hoping for the funding part. I mean, everybody needs funding for all the projects, so I hope they do something about that.
Yeah, very good point, Sunaina, very good point. So Luis?
Yeah, that's great. Sunaina mentioned the funding, and I wanted to resonate what she said previously on the ground level activities. That's the kind of funding we need. And also I wanted to address how schools and probably health systems in many underserved countries, as in Brazil, are the most important ground level social parts acting in social defense and social justice. So acting in this nexus between educational and the health systems and providing funding for ground level activities is definitely something I want to hear from the Brazilian COP. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Luis. So thank you very much again, all of you, for joining us in this panel. It was really inspiring, and to me was a pleasure. And now we are going towards the closing session. So I would like to invite Antonio to take place, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Luis, and a round of applause to you all. It was great to listen to you, to hear your presentations, to watch your presentations, and to learn about the amazing work you're doing. I guess I'll ask Stacy to put Jess to share the Padlet with us, and Stacy to put the Padlet link both on YouTube and maybe here as well on Zoom. Because one thing that I'd like to ask is for our panelists, we just have just made some suggestions in terms of what we would like to take to COP, if they might really write down those ideas on Padlet, because there's some specific questions about that. What do we want to take to COP? So maybe you can add those with your own words.
I will just chime in. I did a very poor job of trying to capture your thoughts, so please feel free to go in and expand upon them. So I just jotted a few notes, but I would love for you to add so that we're capturing your comments more accurately.
Jess is always wonderful in capturing those things. She's always there typing and helping us. So yeah, and not only that, we will keep that Padlet open for a few more days. Maybe you can expand and add more things. Some of us will be there. I will be there. Christian, which is there with you, he's there at COP right now. You could hear the noise in the background. Some people, some colleagues from Monisha, from Sunaina are there as well. So we would love to have more input from you, so we can try to expand and send these things to the COP participants. So maybe we can go through the first two questions just to try to resonate and to discuss a little bit more. And we'll so the first one is what is one action that you will take based on today's discussion? So quite a few of them there. Especially myself, I was really impressed to see how many opportunities are there that we can leverage for many, probably for all the projects, all the initiatives that we learned today. So it's a wealth of opportunities, from Yongo to report card. I was the one who asked how to expand export card to other disciplines. Here in the School of Engineering, so how to, and I discussed that with Simon, I guess. Simon was in Rotterdam, wasn't he? Discussing how to expand report card to other areas. Also the World Food Forum and FAO education program. So maybe someone else wants to resonate, comment about this first question. There's so many so many actions, not only one. So the mic is open to anyone who wants to comment on that.
I know there was a comment, a question in the Q&A about people not being as aware of Yongo and Koi, and so I think that's a great opportunity for all of us to take as a concrete action about how we can spread that word and connect people to those initiatives and others we heard about today.
Yes, I
Yeah.
absolutely agree with Jessica. We are working on currently spreading the word about Yongo. We are collaborating more with the local initiatives right now. Yongo has mostly focused on international activism and in the UNFCCC spaces till now. But this year, we've been having discussion within Health Working Group, and we will be working on many projects after the COP within the local communities in Southeast Asia. And we have one really exciting project coming on, which will be at a global level. So if you would like to join the Yongo Health Working Group, I would say please do. That project will be really meaningful for the communities around the world, and it will be a great experience for you too.
Yeah, that's great. Myself, I was able to connect with Yongo and quite thanks to Christian, which is there, as I said. But maybe, and we know that at some point Yongo and PHA have made contact, but I don't know how effective that has been. So this might be an opportunity for connecting Yongo and some of the initiatives that PHA has, next generation, ambassadors, and so on.
I would also like to just comment on or react on two comments. Well, one comment and then several calls for more work on the projects on education for children. So I agree. It was amazing hearing about the Girava project, and this is something that we have already started talking about. Tatiana Camargo and Danusha and I and Jennifer, looking at Jennifer Rasmussen, who is also education fellow at the Planetary Health Alliance, looking at the next steps and thinking whether we should form a group that is really going to focus only on this, like bringing more people. So starting as a very small group, building a plan, a strategy for education for children and teens, and then from there being very deliberate in inviting people who have expertise in teaching at the primary and secondary level. So this is one thing that I would just like to respond, because I see there is more than one comment about that. And the second, of course, to agree with Antonio's comment made 5 hours ago, that we should publicize more courses from Brazil, and how happy I would be to add them to the global inventory. So you know my email, everybody in the Brazilian team. So let's do that.
Yeah, and every time I see the demand for responding or answering a survey, and I didn't see any course in the Brazilian course there, and there's that wonderful course developed in the Rio Grande do Sul state, right? That was even translated into English, so it's not there. So our fault to respond to that survey.
Just send me an email. You don't even have to. I'll do all the work after that.
Thank you. So if there's any other, again, please feel free and don't lose the opportunity to help us understand what more can be done.
Yeah.
I think that, yeah, please.
Thank you, Antonio. I was just a suggestion. I was so inspired by the stories shared today, and thinking, how can we amplify these so that others will find out? Often people doing this kind of work sometimes feel lonely, disconnected, but we know there's lots of people around the world doing amazing work. And I think the power of connection, the power of partnerships that we highlighted is so key to moving collectively forward into these new opportunities that we can co-create, which are healthier and more just. So I was thinking whether perhaps through the Planetary Health Alliance, and forgive me, you might have this already, but maybe if there is a way that we could have a bit of a world map and have some of these stories popping out on a map, on a world map, and perhaps you have that already. So I'm just thinking ways that we could celebrate the stories and amplify so that we can continue to build a movement for change.
So I will chime in. We do have ways of sharing success stories, and we've just reorganized our website a little to have a particular place to share those success stories. It's not on a map, but I think most of our pages are also filterable by location and can be tied to that. So we haven't quite gotten the visual piece of it yet, but we're always, excited to hear about success stories, and you can always reach out to us, and we're happy to sort of serve as that repository to share those successes.
And that is so important because, go ahead. I was just going to say that it is so important to hear about successful stories because we are overwhelmed with the amount of bad news every day. So hearing good news is really necessary and inspiring for us to continue our work, right? So let's publicize more and resonate more. The second one is about what recommendations would you like us to take to COP? So there are quite a few suggestions there, but I'm sure that maybe more of those. Monisha, Davide, and the others, especially on the replying to Luis's last question, you might write down what you really want to us to take to COP, however we can. And again, just remind you that we have our contacts. So if you have something that you want us to try to attend at COP or try to contact at COP, please reach us out because it's going to be a good opportunity. For those of you who have already attended a COP, this is my second one. The first one was in Dubai, and it's a wonderful place and it's a very messy place. Hundreds of things happening at the same time, literally hundreds of, or at least 100 of meetings at the same time. You get totally lost trying to understand what is best, or at least what is, you can't lose. So whatever you have in terms of suggestions or contacts, please feel free to connect any of us so we can use that as a means of us getting connected, not only now, but after this meeting as well. And again, if you anyone wants to comment on the second question, the comments that are there, one has been said more than once about the crucial role of education. I said that. David also said that the education as a core climate action. I think this is a very important point, and I see most of the effort going on fossil fuels, which is critical. I understand it's really critical, but at the same time, I think that's an underlying need is education, because it's education that will make people fight against fossil fuels, for instance, without knowing the problem that fossil fuel is, or without knowing how impactful can be food systems. That's education. Without that, people won't fight, won't ask governments and companies to change their behavior. So really, for me, education is central. That's why we're here. Yeah, I read some things about funding. Funding is always a problem in any case. We had the same problem. We had 15 days ago, we had about 15 days, we had the Planetary Health annual meeting in Rotterdam, and not only for youth or for low and middle income countries, for everybody, traveling is a problem right now, because funding is a problem for traveling, for anything. So yes, we need to work more on that, especially for those who don't have the means for participating, but also, as Luis said in the last question, for ground level activities. This is really key. I don't know if any of you want to jump in.
May I?
Yeah.
Yeah, funding is an issue, a barrier, but I might add something that I would say, like, that's about being part of designing the programs, also not only like receiving the funds, but taking part in how these funds is going to be used. I mean, having different perspectives on these designs obviously takes more time. We have to organize ourselves when conceiving a different project, but it could also address like taking this perception of this, how these fundings are not being directed towards who it should be directed. If we encompass these people in this designing session for the projects we are working with, it might be a path for maybe democratizing the access to this funding. That's just an idea.
Good point. Very good point. Not only for youth, but for many underrepresented groups.
Definitely.
Co-curation. Any other thoughts? Not Jess, do you want to go through the next two questions?
I'm happy to. So we had a question, and this was really, we were looking for guidance from you all and all of our participants about how we can continue to engage and strengthen the partnerships to advance education for a healthy planet and people. And so I've just put in some notes from things that came up today. So I added Cecilia's comment about sort of mapping those stories, but actually that was something that came up in the very first session, or came to my mind in the first session when we were talking about the potential for doing more evaluation of these education initiatives and understanding student outcomes. And so I think that's a particular niche in which we could be helping to share those success stories. I also, I know these comments look like they're for me, but I was trying to transcribe things that other folks said. So the second comment here is really from Tatiana, who was talking about the need to do a better job sort of mapping all of the existing efforts and potential partnerships for education within, both, not only planetary health, but also learning for sustainability and climate and health, and really being able to understand that ecosystem and all of the different partners and efforts that are going on so that we can kind of better know how we can collaborate amongst ourselves. I love that there's a comment from an honest Kiwi, because honest Kiwis are certainly better than dishonest Kiwis, I guess. So this is this is great. But about really having that youth and children education and having that be seen as climate action. And then I would love to open it up if others have any thoughts that they want to share about what can we do to really support this partnership. And Sunaya, I see your hand is raised.
I would say that if you're part of any of the initiatives working on a healthy planet and people, and you have an idea, just reach out to your leadership, pitch your idea, and start working on the project. Anybody can have, amazing idea. They don't usually go forward with it. They're like, I don't have a particular skill set, or I don't have that platform, or I don't have enough people to collaborate with. So I would say just don't hold yourself back. Send the first message, reach out to the people, and start working on it. You don't need to be special. It's everybody's job to protect our planet. It's not one person's job. So everybody can get involved. Just pitch your idea and collaborate.
I love that. I feel like that's like a rallying cry we should end on. But we don't need to end just yet. So if there are other thoughts, please share them. And then I also just want to draw your attention to the comments in the last question, which are just about sort of sharing links and knowledge. So several of the comments down here are items that came up in the discussion. So for example, we put in some of the links related to the FAO initiatives, as well as the Jirawa project. And then there are a couple of comments here as well. We heard from Cecilia from the Learning for Sustainability Scotland, but that's also part of a larger initiative, which has regional centers of expertise on sustainable development, which is sort of centralized at the University of Japan, but there are these this global network of more than 200 centers, and so great for more of us to be aware of this as a really powerful resource. So I would welcome folks either now or, as we mentioned, we're not going to close this Padlet just, for another couple of days. So if you have other thoughts, resources that you want to share, thoughts that we can pass forward to those who will be going to COP, or just any other suggestions, this is really a space for all of us to contribute to.
Yes. Vem mais para frente.
Mais para frente.
Yeah. Come forward. Fica mais perto. There.
Oi. Hi, good afternoon. So thank you everybody for the presentations. I think I just wanted to echo Jess and Cecilia's comments about really appreciating the local stories from across the different regions. I think especially as a social scientist, I think I perhaps was very intrinsically drawn to this idea of really connecting climate change, climate action, environmental action to local lived experiences and working with organizations and communities that are often left out of these discussions, because I think what we see right now, even in the lead up to COP, is I think sometimes the disconnect between the global conversations and local experiences is very hard to bridge. And I think, so I think just if having a way to share the stories and make, whether through a map or other outcomes, I know PHA had some education case studies in the past. I think also to the point about taking action, I think I know this exists already, but I think the sharing again of stories across regions is really powerful, and especially doing workshops that are geared not only towards knowledge sharing, but maybe towards taking action, like giving people a chance to brainstorm or about ideas and initiatives collectively in a sort of group setting, because I think as well to the point about community, I think sometimes isolation is a factor that kind of hinders this work. So yeah, I think I don't know if I have closing thoughts, but yeah, I guess those are some of my thoughts about sort of how to maybe bring this kind of sharing forward.
This is Cindy.
Yes, this is Cindy.
Yeah. You're there. Thank you, Cindy. Thank you, Jessica, for introducing us to Cindy and vice versa.
Great. Well, I think what we are going to do to close, although not to stop you from adding your thoughts here, and this is a little risky because it requires me doing something technological, but part of the education working group has created a number of videos, 3 videos really showing the global nature of planetary health. And so we wanted to end by sharing one of those videos. But I want to make sure that I'm doing this correctly. And as I'm working on that, I don't know, Jelena, if you want to say anything else by way of introduction as I try to pull up the right screen.
Yes, thank you, Jess. I did mention that in my presentation at the beginning that this was the part of the Education Action Group work that built on those steps laid out in the roadmap and action plan. So one important thing everybody felt was to really highlight diversity of voices, first-hand experiences and lived experiences. And then we were thinking about really use all of our networks within the PHA and all the educators who were part of the group and their networks, and really reach out to people and ask them to tell us about one of 3 topics. One is personal experiences, and then awakenings to this reality of the global environmental crisis. We wanted to kind of focus on that moment. When was that moment when you became aware of this and also talk about success stories. The idea behind this, on one hand, was to hear the voices, obviously, and highlight the planetary, the interconnectedness and the shared experiences of planetary health challenges. But the other was to realize in the times when really science is increasingly under attack, and we have to still continue our work in kind of amplifying scientific knowledge, that we can at the same time, and we are not experts at this, trust me, I was never a producer of a video before, but at the same time, we need to tell stories and connect through stories, because we believe that even in the most polarized settings, this is something when we talk about family, when we talk about health, when we talk about communities, this is where we can connect. So the video you will see, the video on awakenings, and we really tried, for all of us involved in this project, and I would like to kind of highlight the whole team. So it was Dr. Teddy Potter, Dr. Tatiana Camargo, myself, Jennifer Rasmussen, Dr. Hina Shan from the National University in Pakistan, and Mubinat Lawal from Kenya. We were this team of producers behind the videos. So for those parts that are not really ideal and professional, just, you know, you can explain it by us not being professionals, but we really being passionate about this project.
All right, I'm going to hit play. I'm not sure what will happen, but if it doesn't work, someone please shout.
Hi, I'm Melissa Vera. I'm an associate professor at Washington State University in the College of Nursing and the College of Medicine at iReach. I'm a Tsimshian and Yaqui First Nations. I'm from the Wolf Clan. My Tsimshian name is Goipa Lakta, which means sun on the frost. But it was definitely a conversation around the table in the 90s with my parents and myself. And I remember crying about the killer whales that are very, very important to my tribe. And for my birthday, all I wanted was to adopt a killer whale. My mom got me an adopted killer whale for the year. I mean, essentially, it was like a donation to a wildlife fund that helped save the ocean. But I got a picture and everything. Her name was Onyx. I've become more and more aware of it as I've grown in my career, especially with my people. Among many tribes, we're losing our medicines, we're losing our ancestors. The closest one to my heart is the salmon. And the salmon feed the killer whale, and the salmon feed the bald eagles, and there's actually literally DNA of salmon in the cedar trees and in the forest, because the eagles eat, you know, the really delicious parts because they're abundant, and they'll drop the rest of the fish right into the trees, and it feeds the forest. And the red cedar, which is our medicine, which is our ancestor. And now that we've been overfished and the salmon are not spawning the same way, and the numbers are just not coming back the same way, especially to feed the tribe, to feed killer whale, to feed the trees, to feed the eagles. That's how I've really come to know it in my career, and have come to know it within just my tribal people as well. For me, I want to keep pushing what I do and put planetary health on things that are very indigenous, which really emphasize the interconnection that we are land and land is us.
I'm a planetary health enthusiast, and my awareness of environmental crises began in 2020 in a very personal way. I was involved in chicken rearing. One day, on my way to sell the poultry, I came across a large heap of waste, that is wine bottles, plastics, and other debris. They were all scattered along the lections. They started fixated about this and couldn't stop thinking about the pollution and its impact on the lake and surrounding life. Realizing the sovereignty of plastic pollution has noticeably changed in several areas of my life.
I'm a nurse. I'm a mum of two. My children are late teens, early 20s, and I've been interested and concerned about the environment and its impact on health for a number of years. I first got interested when I saw some social media post about the dangers of idling engines, and it's all gone from there, really. I joined a community group looking at litter pickups, those kind of things. And then I started to think about how is this impacting on things for my patients and the organisation that I work for.
Bonjour, moi c'est Christelle et moi suis Haïti. Voyage dans la santé planétaire a commencé le 12 janvier 2010 après un tremblement de terre fin frappé pays. Moi j'étais là, ça est arrivé et moi j'ai dit que tout bagage changé en moins de quelques secondes. L'école casée, caille casée et en pile le monde perdu la vie au jour ça. Nous étions restés sans de l'eau propre, sans manger et sans accès à soins santé. Et puis on l'autre malheur frappé nous encore. Après tremblement de terre, des volontaires qui sont sortis de l'autre pays qui viennent aider. C'est là ça m'a réalisé un bagage. Santé nous, environnement nous, marié une avec l'autre. Et le système ça a échoué, surtout dans la communauté vulnérable, conséquences sur tout le monde. Moment ça, c'était moment réveil moi.
You know, that's the thing about a planetary health awakening, that I'm not sure that I can find one emotional, lightning strike moment that touched on that emotional component for me, but I can say that there were things in the planetary health course helped to kind of tease out the personal. So there were activities where you're supposed to measure how much water you use in a day. And I've never thought about how much water I use in a day. Even turning on the tap to take a shower or to brush my teeth, starting to accumulate an understanding of my own sort of consumptive patterns. And then comparing that to what, we were reading about in class about shortages, it did feel a lot more personal. And suddenly my attention was really on my own actions.
So as a kid, I was very much one of those nature collector types. So I was always interested in ornithology and entomology. I spent hours as a kid. I was born on and raised on the prairies. And so in Regina, I could walk out into the fields and find sluice ponds. And I was obsessively interested in the world, plants, animals. While I was studying philosophy at Queen's with colleagues of mine, that's when I started to get involved in environmental issues and environmental ethics. And what they were particularly interested in was the desiccation of the Aral Sea. So the Aral Sea is was at the time, fourth largest body of water, inland body of water, larger than all the Great Lakes except for Superior. And since the 1950s, because of consumptive withdrawal of water to irrigate the desert to grow cotton, this is a long story, the sea started to disappear. As a consequence of that, that's where I first noted that climate change has its impacts on health and population, because basically the Aral Sea was like a modulator of the local climate. So as it disappeared, winters got colder, summers became hot. As the sea desiccated, industry that was based around the fishing industry in the Aral Sea disappeared. As a consequence, a lot of people left the area. That's where we started to think about environmental migrants. So that was around 1999 to the early 2000s. And that's when, if there was quote unquote an awakening moment, but it was certainly a constellation of how all of these forces interact, their complexity and their impact on health.
Pour moi, santé planète là pas un mot seulement. C'est justice, c'est dignité et c'est vivre.
Beautiful. Thank you, Jess. This was great.
Well, and thank you to the working group for producing this. So I think we will turn it over to you, Antonio, just to wrap up this fantastic day.
Yeah, so not much to say except for thanking everyone who participated. Thank you, Jess and PHA and Cecilia and people in Scotland for the partnership. This was a joint effort amidst working on Planetary Health Annual Meeting, our own 10 years meeting here. So it was a struggle to make this happen. And as I said, maybe we can have all the meetings like that, maybe half a day meetings to work on education, to put more people together all the times. So thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed, and let's see what happens at COP. Fingers crossed.
Boa sorte, Brazil and mundo.
Boa sorte, good luck.
We need it. And just want to say thank you so much, Antonio, and all of you in Brazil, and the wonderful PHA colleagues, and the wonderful presenters, and Sunaina, and everyone. And it just brings such joy to come together. We really need more of these conversations, and we need to keep putting the pressure. The one thing we can't do is to give up. Thank you.
Yeah. And I would like to extend my thanks to Luis, to Tatiana, to the other Brazilians which are here, and some other parts of the organization like the Institute of Advanced Studies for setting up this tech thing. Jess and Yelena, with you. Thank you.
Thank you, and safe travels to